Hello, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good fucking day today. I don't know why I had to sound out every fucking syllable, but I guess, I don't know. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome. Today is... I forgot what day it is. Today's Friday. Oh, shit. Today's Friday. Wait, is it really? Oh, shit. I didn't realize... Okay. I know I'm streaming, but I didn't realize that it was Friday. So, my bad. Anyway, happy Friday! I guess. Happy fucking Friday. I hope y'all are having a good ass fucking Friday, dude. I hope you're having a good Friday. Today is May 14th, 2021. It is currently 12:34 p.m. Yes, I know I'm a bit late. Don't fucking kill me, please. I'm a little bit late. We have a handful, 2 handfuls full of fucking news, dog. We got some news today. I heard the breaking news about Matt Gaetz and Joe Greenberg, so we're gonna look into that. Don't think I forgot about my guy, Matt Gaetz. I love him, because he's fucking crazy. But we're not gonna talk about Matt Gaetz right now. As always, I have a few stories set up for you guys that we're going to talk about. And we're going to get right into it right now. Oh, and you can see here, good weather. Good weather in LA today, but I know later it's going to get hot, so I am not looking forward to that. Anyway, we'll look at this in a bit. But for now, we're going to talk about immigration. I haven't talked about immigration in the United States for a while. I think the last time I did was when I touched on it when we looked at that interview that Caitlyn Jenner did with Hannity on Fox News. I think that was the last time I talked about immigration. So it's been a while. Not too long, but it's been a minute. So I've got these news stories here that I thought were interesting. And we're gonna look into it. We're gonna see what it is because I do not know. Okay. This is posted by the New York Post. Let's get started. Honduran girl, 8 years old, arrives at U.S. border alone, surrenders to border patrol agents. So you can see, I saw this last night. This little girl, obviously she looks scared. So we're gonna see what this is. An unaccompanied 8-year-old girl, Honduran girl, surrendered to Border Patrol agents across the Rio Grande River into the United States with no contact information for her parents. One of the continuing flow of thousands of children and adult illegal immigrants arriving at the border as the Biden administration struggles to deal with the dramatic influx, whatever. The girl, identified as Emily Antonio Dominguez Valdez, was photographed by the Associated Press standing on the riverbank on a Thursday in La Joya, Texas. After wandering for miles on muddy paths after she was separated from her guides during a storm, Jesus, she was traveling with a man who had the phone number of her parents in the United States. What? Okay. Now, she said she has no way to contact her parents. Okay, Emily's story wasn't unique among the other young immigrants. So you see they took pictures of the kids. A 15-year-old Honduran girl told the Associated Press that she traveled for a month and a half without her parents or siblings on the dangerous trek to the United States so she could get an education and help her family back home. The teen, not identified by the Associated Press, arrived with a larger group of immigrants at a baseball field wearing black t-shirts that said "Women Move Mountains." She didn't understand the phrase written out in English. "I wanted a better future for me and my family. I wanted to study and work," she said, noting that her relatives in New York offered to put her up at their home. Okay. See, bro, I know there's racist ass motherfuckers who are saying they're sending their Mexican or Honduran children to the United States and corrupting it, and they're going all extra. It's bro, these are just fucking kids who want a better life for themselves. Should they be punished for that? No. Little kids just want to have a fucking shot. Alright? They just want to have a shot at having a life that's decent. Nearby, two sisters from Honduras, 14 and 16 years old, removed the laces of their pink sneakers and undid their buns at the border control after a border patrol agent told them to drop the laces and hair ties in a plastic bag along with phones and bracelets. The agent separated the newly arrived immigrants in 3 lines: families with young children, one for unaccompanied children, and another for adults. The adult line is the shortest. The total of over 170,000 encounters by the Border Patrol agents were up 3% in April from March, according to figures from the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. The Associated Press said many of those stopped quickly turned around because of the Title 42 pandemic precautions. Still, many of those expelled tried to cross multiple times. Encounters with unaccompanied children and migrant children from the Northern Triangle countries fell 12% from over 13,000 encounters in April compared with the 15,000 in March. Agents had over 108 encounters with single adults in April and a 12% increase from March. This isn't surprising. We've covered before, from what I remember, we already covered before on how these people are coming here and why. Some people say, like, it's because of weather conditions or it's like the season. I don't know. It's something along those lines. I know I'm butchering it and I'm not doing it justice. But I'm sorry. I don't really know. But I just wanted to read it because I know it offered more specific stories of these kids. Like, you can't help but feel bad. Alright? You can't help but fucking feel bad. Alright? Again, I'm gonna repeat it. These people just want a better life for themselves. These are little kids who are like, yeah, dude, I just want to fucking not be killed back in my home country for simply fucking existing. Okay? It's not their fault that they want more. And you guys already know that I'm an advocate for people to fight when they want something more. It is never a bad thing if you want more. And if it's morals or if it aligns with morality. But we're still not done with this yet. We're going to move away from this article and we're going to go to this one. Okay, I don't know what this is. Alright, but these are posted on the same day. Okay. Far fewer younger immigrants are in the Border Patrol custody, DHS secretary says. Alright, dude, let's see what the fuck this... Okay. Homeland Secretary, fuck, dude, I cannot fucking read. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, I do not know how to read that last name, told senators on Thursday that in the midst of the surge of immigrants trying to enter the United States, the number of unaccompanied minors in the U.S. Customs and Border Control custody continues to fall dramatically. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, the total of young migrants at the Border Patrol custody has fallen from nearly 6,000 in late March into 455 as of Tuesday. He told the Senate panel in a testimony, and the number of children in custody for longer than 72 hours has also fallen from 4,000 whatever to 0 in the same period. But why? It makes sense. I'm not saying that it's a lie. I'm not saying fake news. It's fake news, brother. It's a lie. I'm not saying that. Like, I believe it. But why? Okay, the efforts follow a change by the Biden administration to allow children to be moved to facilities under the Department of Health and Human Services rather than the DHS. The HHS shelters are more closely resemble dorms with bunk beds and educational programs than the warehouse-like facilities at the Border Patrol manages. Okay, on March 13th, directed the Federal Emergency Management Agency to assist with a new plan. Again, obviously, what the DHS is doing is better than what the Border Patrol is doing. Obviously, it's a no fucking brainer. What they're doing is better. But then again, Biden's border patrol policies and Biden's immigration policies are still not great. It's not good. All right. I just had to say that. The challenge is not behind us, but the results are dramatic. He told the Senate, the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee. Okay, the figures provide one of the latest snapshots of the Biden administration's efforts to gain control of what Republicans and others called a crisis caused by the President Biden's policies as a surge of immigrants is seen in the U.S.-Mexico border. Some Democrats have disputed those claims, arguing that Biden and his officials are attempting to address the problem that the Trump administration left behind. Yeah, guys, don't worry. Democrats are still going to say that they hate immigrants, okay? Don't worry. Don't get too scared now, Republicans. Don't worry. Democrats still don't like immigrants. Okay, I'm sorry. No, I'm not. Okay. That's what you inherited, and you had to work pretty quickly to try and build it and expand the HHS capacity in order to transfer minors, said Senator Gary Peters, Democrat from Michigan, I think that says, chair of the Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. At its peak, CBP reported, 5,076, unaccompanied children in its custody in late March. Last week, told reporters that the figure had fallen 88% to only 677 by May 2nd, reporting the further gains to lawmakers on Thursday. Also, the average time in custody for these children has fallen from 133 hours to 22 hours by Tuesday. He said, as 18,000 minors encountered CBP during the month of April. However, Republicans on the panel were skeptical of the results. Bro, Republicans are fucking skeptical of everything, okay? Republicans are just cautious. Not even cautious. They're paranoid. Oh shit, bro. The background noise is not the trash man coming. Oh no. Okay, whatever. Republicans are just paranoid fucking little swines, alright? I wouldn't expect them to not be skeptical of the results, dude. Bro, they thought the election was stolen. Okay, look, and we're not going to get into that, alright? That's some clownery behavior. But we're not going to get into that right now. I'm not ready to get into that, okay? Okay, I'm glad the Customs and Border Protection has moved children to HHS. Again, these children have only been moved from one federal agency to another. Senator Bob Portman of Ohio, the panel's ranking Republican, told him, okay. However, the improvements are but one step that is part of a larger plan. He said there are 3 key steps, including addressing the root causes of driving immigrants from the Northern Triangle area in Central America. Yeah, bitch, the root problem is that their country fucking blows. That's the problem. Look, my guy, the problem is that their country is dog shit. And they'll die there for simply existing. Okay? Building legal pathway for children to gain U.S. residency before they can make the journey, and finally making changes to the immigration system. Like Portman, GOP Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin, deputed blah blah, Democrats' assertions that the Trump administration was to blame. I mean, to be fair, like, I'm not trying to be fucking, like, a centrist here. Or I'm not trying to be, like, on the both sides here or whatever. But immigration has, in this, listen. Immigration in this country has always been awful. Under the Obama administration, it was awful. And under Trump, it was awful. Trump just made it worse. Under Trump, the immigration system was already shitty. But the thing is that Trump didn't do anything to help fix it or to make it better. He made it worse, and he made people's lives more miserable for immigrants. Okay? And under Biden, it's still bad. So that's the thing. So, of course, the Trump administration is to blame for some key things. But overall, I wouldn't say he's fully to blame, because the blame comes from a source of different things, all right? But, yeah, all right. Rather, they said the previous president was able to stop early surges at the border from reaching levels seen this year. You know what also happened that didn't happen under the Trump administration, really, the entire time? COVID. So maybe he had the luxury and the privilege to handle these situations earlier, even though he did a terrible job at it. But COVID wasn't around during his entire presidency. That's all I'm gonna say. Johnson also urged CBP is not currently able to issue a notice to appear, to certain migrants to force removal, an assertion that blah blah denied. This is as close to open borders as we possibly have, argued Johnson, who cut off blah blah several times during the hearing, who could be heard off mic continuing to raise concerns. Bro, of course Johnson's gonna act like a child. He's gonna be like, he's gonna keep going because he's a piece of shit. Bro, whatever. Of course, you know how many Republicans fucking do that? They cut off their mic and they still continue to talk. Like, let me tell you something. And it's useless information. It's dog shit. Ugh, who is this? Josh Hawley? Ugh. Why would they show me that without warning me? I'm suing. Republicans have remained largely focused on the Biden execution actions that they blame for the surge. How the fuck are you gonna blame Biden? Well, of course you can blame Biden for a number of things, but how the fuck are you gonna blame him when this motherfucker hasn't even been president for half a year? What are you talking about? One of these ended the Trump program, requiring asylum seekers to remain in Mexico as they await cases. Do you understand how fucking useless it is to apply for asylum and you still wait in your home country, the country you're trying to get away from? That defeats the purpose. That completely defeats the purpose of asylum seeking, you fucking idiots. Maybe that's why they took it away, because the Trump program that requires asylum seekers to remain in Mexico it's stupid. It defeats the purpose of asylum seeking, which is of course what they wanted to do. Republican lawmakers have said these efforts sent a message that the border was open. Bitch, Democrats do not have the fucking balls or the courage to open the borders. They would never do that, I promise you. Democrats would never have it within themselves, or the balls or the courage or the strength to open the borders. So Republicans crying and bitching about open borders, me scared. It's like, bro, chill the fuck out. Republicans aren't going to do it and Democrats aren't going to do it, okay? Democrats aren't going to open the borders. No, they wouldn't. GOP Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri told blah blah. If you're going to ever listen to Josh Hawley on something, you're fucking stupid, okay? Told blah blah that he should be held account, referring to the secretary's previous statements about the access to the border. In March, he told reporters that the message to immigrants was not don't come, but rather don't come now. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that statement? What's wrong with that statement? I don't see anything wrong with it. Don't you think you bear any responsibility for the current crisis by telling the world the border is open? Bitch, he didn't say the border was open. What are you talking about? Hawley told blah blah in one of the hearing sharper exchanges. Senator, I have never said that the border is open. Josh Hawley's referring to this, right? To this statement or whatever? To this? Because he didn't say that. Again, just another Republican just pulling statements out of his ass and just saying this is true when it's not. And I never believed that it should be an open border. What the fuck did I say? Let me find this motherfucker's name again. What's his name? This guy. Who are you? I need to know more information about you, sir. What is he? What's his political party? He's a Democrat, right? Hold on. Political views. He's a Democrat, right? I'm assuming he's a Democrat. Because he's not telling immigrants to go kill themselves. So I'm gonna assume that he's a Democrat. And I never believed that it should be an open border. Look, this motherfucker, he might not be a Democrat, but he's definitely left-leaning. Even he says the border shouldn't be open. a left-leaning person who's in government. What did I say? Democrats don't even want the border to be open anyway. Look, in the end, Democrats and Republicans are on the same fucking team. And if they're on the same team, basically, it's just that Democrats are a bit more tolerable. That's the only thing, okay? We also have laws that Congress has passed that are laws of accountability and also laws of, okay, humanitarian empathy. Okay. This article gave me nothing. Not nothing, but I mean, I guess it gave me something to think about. My point still stands. Democrats do not advocate to have open borders. Maybe progressives do. I wouldn't be surprised if progressives do, of course. But if you're gonna sit around and be scared of Democrats because they're gonna open the borders like fucking so many Republicans say that they do, that's false. That's so stupid. You swear Biden wants to have fucking open borders. Are you fucking brain dead, dude? Look at this fucking idiot. Are you serious? You're naive. You're dumb. All right, whatever. We're gonna move on away from this, and we're gonna move away from immigration. I'm done with it. We're gonna talk about this. So I saw this yesterday, and I didn't stream yesterday, so I didn't talk about it, obviously. But I saw this yesterday. Long story short, fucking House, Congress, specifically, I think it was only House representatives, Democratic representatives in Congress they did like a speech on the House floor or something, right? Wasn't it that? Didn't they do that? Right? Yeah. It says I watched it, but I didn't, alright? Whatever. Shut the fuck up. So they did this. So this was yesterday. They live streamed it. It was on, it was just live streaming from the house. We're gonna look at some of the clips. This is bro, my internet is fucking trash. But yeah, they did this. Ilhan Omar, AOC, and a number of other Democrats spoke about it. So we're gonna read this article and we're gonna see specifically what they said, because I did not watch the entire thing because I was busy doing other stuff. We're gonna look into this, boys. Okay, far left. Nice. You call these people far left? Okay, dude, whatever. I mean, maybe people would call fucking Ilhan Omar and AOC far left, but they're not. But whatever, dude. We prefer to say progressive. I'm just kidding. Okay, far left House Democrats break with Biden, blast Israel, and speeches. I don't think any of them even said shit about Biden. They didn't even do that. Alright, so they didn't break. Well, maybe they did. But it's not as from what I saw, and we're going to watch some of it so I could fill myself in. But from what I've seen, I don't think they blasted Biden at all. They didn't say shit about Biden at all. When obviously they should have, but they didn't. Okay? Remember, Democrats kind of like to stay on the safe side. Okay, a gaggle of far-left Democrats, including members of the so-called squad. Huh? What does this mean? Squad? That's a thing? Is that some type of lingo I don't know about? Okay, paraded into the House floor Thursday to the night to deliver a series of rhetorical broadsides against Israel, with some linking the Jewish state latest conflict with the Hamas to issue like racism and illegal immigration in the United States. So yeah, they did this because of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict that's going on in Israel right now. So they spoke on behalf of that. Which, I'm not gonna lie, it didn't really surprise me. I mean, I knew some Democrats were gonna come out and say something about what's happening about the conflict. It didn't really surprise me, but I'm not sure. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna finish my thoughts. Okay. As a black woman in America, I am no stranger to police brutality and state-sanctioned violence, said Representative Ayanna Pressley, a Democrat. Okay. We have been criminalized for the way we show up in the world. Palestinians are being told the same thing as black folks in America. There is no acceptance. There is no acceptable form of resistance. Representative Ilhan Omar, Democrat, okay, condemned Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin, no, I'm not reading that last name, as a far-right ethno nationalist on the House floor and asked, how can we pay lip service to Palestinian state, yet we do absolutely nothing to make the state reality, while the Israeli government tries to make it impossible. Yeah, I mean, our government, the United States government, funds Israel and their military. Hence why some Americans are fucking mad. Because Israel's, well, not all Israels, but Israelis are, if you haven't heard by now, you're fucking sleeping under a rock, my guy. I'm sorry. I already covered this for hours before. And yes, we're going to cover it later today. We're going to look at it, alright? I haven't forgotten. But long story short, Israelis are beating the shit and killing and kicking out Palestinians that live in the country. That's basically the quick recap that I can give you. Okay, Representative Rashida, okay, first Palestinian American woman elected in Congress, told her colleagues that Palestinians aren't going anywhere, no matter how much more money you send to Israel's apprehended government, before rounding on the Biden administration over its response to the conflict. Oh, dude, that video. Speaking of Biden, he did respond. Biden did like a little press conference, I think, like yesterday or the day before yesterday, and he commented on what's happening in Israel right now. And I was like, yeah, typical fucking response. Okay, we'll probably look at that if I remember it. But right now we'll look at it in a bit, okay? If I remember it. Okay, to the statements for President Biden, Secretary of State, okay, State Anthony, Anthony, whatever that says. Okay, blah, blah. And the leaders of both parties, you hardly know Palestinians existed at all. Ooh, became visually emotional at several points in her remarks. Oh, shit. Fuck. I'm not, okay, again, I didn't watch the entire thing, so this is kind of new. I didn't know she said this. Bro, saying it how it is, huh? Now I'm surprised. I didn't know some of them were gonna go this. Okay, I respect it. That criticisms was echoed by Representative AOC. Okay, my queen, I love her. Okay, who acknowledged that the president stated that Israel has the right to self-defense before asking, do Palestinians have the right to survive? Bro, leave it up to fucking AOC to say some deep ass shit, dude. Okay, I know I'm simping for AOC right now, but everyone should, okay? If you're not simping for AOC, you don't love her, what the fuck are you doing? What's wrong with you? Okay, elsewhere in her remarks, okay, AOC positioned that Americans are scared to stand up to the incarceration of children in Palestine because maybe it'll force us to confront the incarceration of children here on our border. Okay. Biden said earlier Thursday that he spoke with the blah blah about calming and fighting, but added that there has not been a significant overreaction by Israel. See? What the fuck did I say? Bro, look, what the fuck did I say? What did I tell you? I said last time when I covered this conflict, Biden wasn't gonna do shit. And what is Biden doing? Joe Biden isn't doing shit. He doesn't care. You swear that, like, centrist Democrats or just Democrats like Joe Biden actually give a shit about what's happening in Israel. He doesn't care. And he just said it. Look, there's not been a significant overreaction by Israel. Bullshit. It's bullshit. Again, he doesn't care. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Okay, said he had spoken about, okay, Palestine president. Okay, bro. Yeah, dude. He isn't going to do anything. The United States is going to continue to fund Israel and their fucking fascism-ass military. And nothing's going to happen. It's not going to do anything. And I know I seem like a downer, but that's the truth. Alright? That's what I fully believe. Okay. We've been very clear that the rocket attacks must cease. Okay, blah, blah. We've been very clear about Israel's rights to defend itself. That's what they said. That's what Joe Biden said too. Joe Biden said that Israel has the right to self-defense, which, yeah, dude, no shit. But they're clearly taking advantage. Okay, I'm not going to get into it. Let me try to find the video, actually. Right now, let me try to find the video. Okay. Fuck. Bro, okay, I'm not even going to get into this right now. I might actually save that. Alright, whatever, hold on. Is Israel Palestinian conflict and Joe Biden 2 years. Look, this motherfucker said this. We're not gonna watch it right now, but we're gonna hear what he said so you guys can understand what he said and how much he doesn't care. Okay, we're gonna look at that after this, okay? An earlier day, the Pentagon issued a statement saying Austin had spoken with the Israeli counterpart, blah blah, during the conveyed the department's support for Israel's legitimate right to defend itself and its people, and condemned the launching of rockets by Hamas and other terrorist groups that's targeted Israeli civilians. Yeah, dude. And what about the fucking rockets and bombs that Israel has sent to Gaza? It's sent to Palestinian fucking neighborhoods and shit. It bombed the fuck out of little kids. It killed hundreds of people. How about that? Oh wait, they don't care. My bad. As the speeches continued, the Israeli military said its air and ground forces had struck Gaza in what appeared to be the heaviest attacks yet. Yeah. Okay, I said we need to extract a very heavy price from Hamas. Blah blah said in the video statement. Okay, whatever. We're doing that. We will continue to do that with heavy force. We will continue. Bro, you're acting as if you haven't already been fucking doing that. They've already been doing that. Okay, this isn't new. Fucking Israeli government and the Israeli military has been abusing Palestinian citizens for decades. Okay, we're gonna talk more about that right now. Hold on, let's get into this, okay? Give me a second. Okay.
About what conversations you have had with officials there.
My national security staff and defense staff has been in constant contact with their counterparts in the Middle East, not just with the Israelis, but also with everyone from the Egyptians to the Saudis to the Emiratis, etc. And I had a conversation with Bibi Netanyahu not too long ago. I'll be putting out a statement very shortly on that.
I want to hear the statement. Show me the statement. I don't think he's released it yet. I mean, this is literally like on the 12th, so not that long ago. Give me the statement, Biden. Show me the statement, sir.
My expectation and hope is that this will be closing down sooner than later. But Israel has a right to defend itself when you have thousands of rockets flying into your territory. But
yeah, they have the right to defend themselves, but do Palestinians have the right to fight back? Do Palestinians have the right to fight back against an abusive, tyrant, fascism, fucking government and military that is abusing them every single day and has been abusing them for decades to come? Do they have the right to fight back? Do they? No, they do not.
I had a conversation for a while with the Prime Minister of Israel, and I think that my hope is that we'll see this coming to conclusion sooner than later. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's basically what I said. Remember what I said. Joe Biden doesn't care. Okay, if Democrats and like lefties are gonna, or like progressives or whatever, if you're gonna look to Joe Biden and shit to like hope that shit gets better, I'm sorry, I apologize. No, it's not gonna happen. There's no way. Alright, I'm sorry. That's what fucking Joe Biden said. And I predicted this. I said last time, I said, the president isn't gonna do anything. We're gonna continue to give them our money that they clearly don't deserve, and we're gonna give them our fucking taxes and our money. And they're going to use our hard-earned taxes or whatever. They're going to use our dollars and our money to continue to kill Palestinian people. And I know a couple people in the United States don't care either. Like, they're just killing Muslims, and they're just killing Muslims, all right? I'm pretty sure they're fucking racist ass people in our country who would agree with that, okay? We're gonna move on to this. We're gonna move on to AOC. This was her speech that she did on the House floor yesterday, and we're gonna hear what she says. I heard a small part of it. I didn't hear the entire thing, but now we're going to, because every time AOC speaks, fucking, it's great, okay?
This has been a very difficult week for us as a global community, as communities that are concerned for human rights, all human rights, and in general, and in particular, the rights of Palestinians and Israelis alike that have been impacted by the fear and violence of this week. Now, what I think is, it's important is that I'll start with a story. As a little girl, my family comes from the island of Puerto Rico, and I grew up visiting my family on the island of Vieques and communities on the island of Vieques, where the United States bombed its own territories, its own communities. And I would go to sleep as a little girl to the sound of US bombs detonating. Practice is what it was called at the time, practice. And when I saw those airstrikes that are supported with US funds, I could not help but wonder if our communities were practice for this. This is our business because we are playing a role in it. And the United States must acknowledge its role in the injustice and human rights violations of Palestinians.
This is true. Look, listen. Okay, I'm gonna pause it a couple times. But what she's saying is straight up facts, okay? The United States participates in so many, countless situations where situations happen that violate human rights, which has always happened. And I know there's going to be Americans here who basically could care less about what's happening. And I'm like, listen, if you're comfortable and you're okay with the fact that your tax money and your tax dollars goes to our military to fund other countries that are abusing their citizens, and not abusing their citizens, just abusing a minority there, and you're okay with that, and you're okay with your money funding a place that advocates and continuously practices every single day mass genocide and the killing of innocent civilians and innocent human beings and innocent babies and innocent women and men, then you're fucking crazy. You should care. You should give a shit at least a little bit. A crumb of your decency and a crumb of empathy and compassion. And if you don't care, I'm very surprised.
This is not about both sides. This is about an imbalance of power. When I first got here in 2019, the Israeli government refused to admit 2 members of the United States Congress, Rashida Tlaib and Representative Ilhan Omar, into the country. Banned members of this very body because of who they were. Said it was a sign of weakness. We have to have the courage to name our contributions. And sometimes I can't help but wonder if the reason we don't do that, if we're scared to stand up to the incarceration of children in Palestine, is because maybe it'll force us to confront the incarceration of children here on our border. If by standing up to the injustices there, it will prompt us to stand up to the injustices here. We have a responsibility. And if we have historically said and committed to a role as an honest broker, then we must fulfill that role. That means we have to be honest with ourselves, with what our aid supports. We have to be honest and ask ourselves questions like why we are using our veto power and the UN Security Council in preventing statements from being released about concerns for this violence alike.
Bro, okay, I'm pausing right there. The fact that even now, like, especially circling around on social media, the fact that now more people are giving a shit about what's happening in the Middle East and what's happening in Israel is fucking crazy. Because, again, this isn't new. This conflict has been happening for years. Like, longer than I've even been alive. For sure. Longer than most people have been alive. Not most people, but this has been happening for longer than probably your fucking parents have been alive. Okay? And the fact that now people are starting to care at least a little bit shows, I don't know, how do I explain it? It feels better knowing that now people now are starting to pay attention. It's a good thing, of course.
The president and many other figures this week stated that Israel has a right to self-defense, and this is a sentiment that is echoed across this body. But do Palestinians have a right to survive? Do we believe that? And if so, we have a responsibility to that as well. And with that, I yield back.
Okay, yeah, that was her speech. Obviously. So she did that speech yesterday on the House floor. Fucking phenomenal. Beautiful, beautiful speech. Again, anytime AOC speaks, expect something great because she's just a wonderful person. But anyway, again, I haven't watched, this is the entire thing. Let me just click on it now. This is the entire live stream of the House floor, like the speeches and all that stuff that Democrats are talking about.
Have taken cover in bomb shelters.
Okay, yeah. So you can see there's...
I've been in Israel when
Bro,
rockets were fired.
Can you pause, please? Thank you. There have been multiple Democrats, I think specifically representatives, on the House floor who spoke about what's happening in Israel, and they gave their speeches and stuff like that. I haven't watched it all. I wish there was fucking timestamps. Like, I just wish there were some timestamps in the comments or something so I can click on who's talking. I might scroll through this if I see people that I want to listen to, then I might do that. But yeah, again, I don't think Biden's gonna do anything. And I keep repeating myself. And the reason why I keep repeating myself is because I want people to understand that. Like, even we just watched the video of Joe Biden talking about it, and the only thing that he said is I hope or wish or whatever he said. He just hopes that things get better there. That's it. It's just like, here's your card, here's your get well soon card. I'm gonna get out of here. Even though he knows that our government funds their military that continuously every day kills innocent Palestinians. And it's so gross how people try to both sides this. I'm like, they're literally committing mass genocide. And people trying to both sides this, I do not understand you. It's a clear picture of, look, in these situations, you always have to understand the oppressor. Okay? And in this situation, it's, to me at least, it's pretty clear and cut. Alright? So people trying to both sides this, I don't understand you. But I hope you understand why what's happening is wrong and what Israeli citizens and their government and the military there, what they're doing is fucking horrendous. Okay? But I'm gonna skim through this. I'm not trying to watch the whole 2 hours. Fuck that. Alright? House speeches are already boring as it is. I'm trying to scroll past if I see anybody that I'd actually care. Here's our girl. Here's our girl, Ilhan Omar. We're going to see what Ilhan Omar has to say, okay? Fuck, is this even loud enough?
Thank you, Congressman Mark Pocan. And I want to extend my gratitude to Marie Newman for helping
Bro, this quality is so ass. This quality is not it, Chief. What's happening?
lead this important discussion. And I want to thank all of the members who are here who showed up in solidarity. Mr. Speaker, as someone who has experienced war firsthand, I have deep understanding of the suffering that comes along. As a child, I lived through
Bro, what the fuck is with this audio, my guy? What?
a violent civil war that destroyed my home, ripped my family apart from each other, and killed many of my family and friends. I can still remember being just 8 years old, hiding under the bed, hearing bombs go off outside my window, and wondering if we were going to be hit next. It is trauma I will live with for the rest of my life. So I understand on a deeply human level the pain and the anguish families are feeling in Palestine and Israel at the moment, and the helplessness people feel here in the United States who have family in the region, including many of my constituents. And it is for this reason that I abhor violence. Whether rocket attacks or airstrikes, violence does nothing to make people more secure. It only furthers the interest of the powerful while costing lives, futures, and families. But we must speak out truthfully and forcefully about the seed of this conflict and about what is happening today. The truth is that this is not a conflict between two states. This is not a civil war. It is a conflict where one country, funded and supported by the United States government, continues an illegal military occupation over another group of people. This is not my description of it.
Facts. Basically, you want to know what the conflict is? She just said it, alright? I don't need to fucking explain it. She already just did for me.
This is the description of conservative Israeli leader Ariel Sharon, who in 2003 said, and I quote, "To hold 3.5 million Palestinians under occupation, in my opinion, is a very bad thing for us and for them. It is an occupation," he said. "You might not like this word, but it is really an occupation." To understand what is taking place at this moment, we must understand how it began. In 1948, 700,000 Palestinians were forcibly removed and uprooted from their homes in what has come to be known as the Nakba, or the catastrophe. 78% of their land was taken from them. Now consider that. 78% of their land was taken from them. Since then, 5.6 million Palestinians have been continually displaced from their homes in one of the largest and longest lasting refugee crises in human history. For decades, the United States, the United Nations, and many Israelis and Palestinians have pushed for a Palestinian state in which the Palestinians can enjoy the same rights afforded to their Israeli counterparts. But in the past several years, that hope has increasingly slipped away. The Israeli government, under far-right ethno-nationalist leader Benjamin Netanyahu, has legally razed Palestinian ancestral homes, leveled entire neighborhoods, and violently suppressed any resistance. This is
Guys, but it's okay though, because like President Biden said, he talked to President Netanyahu, and yeah, so he already talked to him, so oppression ended. Palestinians are going to be A-okay now that Biden did absolutely nothing to help.
This is all to make way for illegal.
By the way, I'm being sarcastic. Don't take me fucking seriously. That was a joke.
Israeli settlement outposts designed to displace Palestinians from their homes and prevent a future Palestinian state. Since 1993, when the first Oslo Peace Accord was signed, illegal settlements have increased by nearly 400,000. And Netanyahu has made explicit his goal to annex much of the West Bank, home to over 3 million Palestinians.
And earlier this week, we watched like a couple videos of fucking Israelis stealing the homes of Palestinians. We already looked at it.
On top of that, Palestinian movement, speech, and economic activity are severely limited. Palestinians are not allowed to leave the Gaza Strip except in extreme cases. Medical shortage are rampant, and youth unemployment was already 40% before the pandemic hit.
Yeah, dude, it's not like even if Palestinians weren't being fucking forced to be removed from their own fucking homes, and even if Palestinians' homes weren't being fucking stolen from them by Israelis, their lives still wouldn't be better. Like, you have to understand that Palestinians in the country of Israel are treated as second-class citizens. They're not treated as human beings. They're not seen as human beings. I'm pretty sure, like in that article we read earlier, I'm pretty sure most people probably don't even know Palestinians exist in the world, which is upsetting. But even if that wasn't all happening, they would still be treated as second-class citizens. They still wouldn't be treated with any ounce of importance because their infrastructure is garbage. Their education's dog shit. They have no clean water, no food. They don't have anything. And the only thing they have that is their fucking crumbling homes are also being taken from them. Literally everything. Everything. They can't even have clean water.
People who protest, including young children, are routinely shot by the IDF soldiers, often killed with no consequence in Israeli courts. As a recent report by Human Rights Watch detailed, this can only be described as an apartheid, all of which brings us to the current crisis. This week, Israeli authorities were planning more forced displacement in Sheikh Jarrah, a Palestinian neighborhood in East Jerusalem, home to Palestinian refugees who had already been displaced. On Thursday, settlers began harassing and attacking Palestinians who were breaking their Ramadan fast doing a protest vigil in Sharjah. The deputy mayor of Jerusalem joined to mock Palestinians, saying to one protester, and I quote, "Did they take the bullet out of your ass? It is a petty. It didn't go here," in his head. Then, on the last Friday of the holy month of Ramadan,
Bro, I know the video's quality is fucking awful, but just sit through it, alright? Just deal with it, okay? I'm too lazy to find another video.
Israeli military forces stormed Al-Aqsa Mosque, one of the holiest sites in Islam, firing stun grenades, tear gas, and rubber bullets. Over 300 people were injured, 200 of them were hospitalized. What happened next is well known. Hamas fired rockets into Israel, which has taken the lives of 6 Israelis. And the Israeli military launched airstrikes into Gaza, targeting civilian buildings, which have already killed 69 people, including 16 children. Let me be clear. Every single death in this conflict is a tragedy. Every rocket and bomb that targets civilians is a war crime. I feel the pain of every child who's forced to hide under their beds because they fear for their life, and every parent who deals with that anguish. And I wish we as a nation treated that pain equally. But right now we are not. And instead of condemning blatant crimes against humanity and human rights abuses, many members of Congress have instead fallen back on a blanket statement defending Israel's airstrikes against civilians under the guise of self-defense.
Yeah, dude, that's what fucking even, what's his name? Fucking Andrew Yang the other day, and Andrew Yang was trending on Twitter and stuff. Not for a good thing. But even Andrew Yang was getting his shit blasted because he supports Israel and their genocide. So, like, not only Republicans, like even Democrats, like fucking Andrew Yang, fucking, I'm not gonna say anything, right? I'm not trying to get, okay, whatever. He's an asshole, alright? Even Democrats like him are coming out and saying out of pocket shit. Shit like that. Basically advocating and just supporting Israel and their genocide.
Without even a mention of the children getting killed, much less what happened at Al-Aqsa or in Shirjara. When the 15-member United Nations Security Council proposed a resolution this week calling on the Israeli government to cease settlement activities, demolition and eviction, and urging general restraint, the United States reportedly blocked it from happening.
Yep, that's true. I'm not going to find the article, though, because I'm too lazy.
We are currently blocking the United Nations Security Council from calling on ceasefire.
See, bro, and that's because the U.S. is like, fuck yeah, dude, kill all those Muslims. The United States is like, that's pog, dude.
And to this day, we as members
It's
of
great.
Congress have not had yet a hearing or a briefing on this conflict, or gotten answers on whether our weaponry or money is being used to commit human rights abuses. So I must ask, when we defend Israeli citizens' right to peace and security, how can we at the same time ignore the 5 million Palestinians living under occupation? When we say that Israel has the right to self-defense, how can we ignore the home demolitions, settlement violence, and forced annexation of Palestinian land that is happening? And how can we say they themselves do not have the right to defend themselves? How can we pay lip service to a Palestinian state yet do absolutely nothing to make that state a reality while the Israeli government we fund tries to make it impossible? I will end with this. Today is Eid, the final day of Ramadan, one of the joyous days in the Muslim calendar. And while I would rather be spending it with my family, I know there are families who are mourning the death of their children because of this. And I owe it to them to speak out on their behalf. So I am here today to stand for our common humanity, to say that every child deserves a life free of violence and oppression. Every child deserves advocates for their humanity, for their safety, and for their security.
You know, but except for immigrants and brown and black kids, except them, they don't have rights. They don't deserve rights. That's what Republicans and conservatives would say.
And it should not be controversial to say the same for Palestinian children. Eid Mubarak.
Okay,
Thank
bro.
you, and I yield back.
Okay, again, that's what Ilhan Omar said. Amazing speech. What she said was great. Leave it up to Ilhan Omar to fucking get a point across. I think those are the only two people. Obviously, there's like multiple Democrats. Not a lot of them. How many? Like, let me count actually. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. So far, throughout this entire stream, I've only counted about 21 or 22 Democrats. If I missed some, I apologize. I know there are probably more or less, I'm not sure. But from what I scrolled by, I only seen about 21 or 22 Democrats that had even the beansy amount of fucking courage to actually speak out against what's happening in Israel. Alright? I would have thought a lot more Democrats would have spoke out, but I guess not. Like I said, the few Democrats that are going to speak out, have that little bit of courage, or they have that mindset that it is their responsibility to speak out and fight for human rights, which is good, obviously, because let's be honest, most of Congress don't have the fucking balls to do what they just did. They're too cowardly or too selfish, and they just don't care. So I'm not gonna watch the entire thing. Fuck that. It's way too long. But that's what some Congress members, Democrats, had to say about it. What's happening? Again, I don't fucking know, man. I don't know what the U.S. government's gonna do. Again, like Ilhan Omar said, the United States is blocking the United Nations from helping Palestinians who are suffering. And why? Because the United States is allies with Israel, and I'm pretty sure our government agrees with what they're doing to Arabs and to innocent Palestinians there that are suffering. Our government is for that, which isn't surprising because our government can be fucking foul. All right, we're gonna move away from this. Wait, no, I'm not. We're gonna continue this onto this. We're gonna look at this. This was posted today. Okay, this is some recent news. We're gonna continue to talk about Israel, and we're gonna talk about that right now. Okay, hold on. Let me We're gonna look at this, and then we're gonna move on away from the Israel conflict. Israel attacks Gaza Strip as violence intensifies. Okay. Israel continued to bomb Gaza Strip Friday with artillery and airstrikes in response to a new barrage of rockets fire from Hamas-run Enclave. More than 100 people have now been killed in Gaza and 8 in Israel as the conflict continues to escalate. Days of violence have seen Israel soldiers massing on the edge of the territory through the army stress there has no ground inclusive blah blah. The IDF tweeted earlier Thursday that the air and ground troops are currently attacking in the Gaza Strip. Bro, if you see the IDF fucking Twitter account, it is so out of pocket. Their Twitter account is fucking crazy. I'm not gonna click on it, but if you want to go see it for yourself, then you should, because they're posting some crazy shit like this. Alright? Okay, the CBS News and other social media outlets reported that troops were on the ground. A spokesman for the military leader told CBS News that there are currently no ground troops inside of the Gaza Strip, but said air and ground troops were carrying out strikes on targets there. Okay, in recent days there have been carnage in the streets of Israel, mixed with Jewish and Arab cities as neighbor versus neighbor violence spreads. The city of Lod has some of the worst violence. Footage captured a cell phone that shows the government calls Jewish extremists marching through Arab neighborhoods calling for blood. They're moving in our streets and they are throwing stones. They are shouting at us. They're beating at us, said Rana Simi, an Arab Israeli who teaches English at the local high school. Shauli Rappaport, who is a part of the Lod's Jewish community, says he can't see a way forward. The unrest triggers a massive security buildup. Israel's military said 2 infantry units and an armored unit were at the Gaza border, and plans had been prepared for the potential ground incursion. Okay, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has said the Israeli military operation will continue for as long as necessary and that Hamas will pay a heavy price. Bitch, Hamas will pay for a heavy price. Motherfucker, you've already been doing that, alright? Shut the fuck up. Okay, an urgent United Nations City Council meeting requested Friday was dropped after the U.S. resisted to hold a second session in a week. However, it appears that the meeting will go on ahead on Sunday. See, dude, leave it up to the United States to fucking delay shit and to fight against people who are trying to advocate for human rights. Good job, America. President Biden has said Israel has the right to defend itself as Hamas fired off hundreds of rockets at Israel, which responded with airstrikes. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said he was sending a senior diplomat to the region in hopes of a truce. Thank you, United States. Thank you for giving us nothing. Yes, continue to give us fucking nothing. Blinken spoke on Wednesday with the Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas, whose Fatah faction governs the West Bank. but has little control of Hamas-controlled Gaza. Blinken expressed with condolences for the lives lost as a result of the violence in Israel and Palestinian territories, according to a readout of the call provided by the State Department. Officials in the UN and Egypt have said efforts to establish a ceasefire are underway, and an Egyptian delegation arrived Thursday in Israel, but there are few signs of progress yet. I mean, at least the UN and bro, wow, thank you helicopter for fucking flying over my house and making hella noise. Okay, look, at least the UN and some other countries are trying to actually do shit, but you know, the United States is basically in the way of that, and they're saying, no, you are not allowed to help innocent Palestinians who are being killed by Israelis. You bad. Alright, again, look, the United States is literally doing fucking nothing to help, which is obviously disgusting, and it's horrible. But, look, again, if you're still one-siding this, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. You're something else. And that is not a compliment. It should be an insult. We're going to move away from this. I'm done for now talking about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We'll come back to this Monday, because tomorrow I don't stream. Tomorrow I stream, but I'm not going to stream politics. I don't stream politics on Saturdays. You guys already know what I do on Saturdays, okay? I don't stream politics. So I'll try to talk about it again on Monday, okay? Or later today if it comes up in my feed again, okay? We're going to move on to AOC. We're talking about her. So, this is kind of funny, even though it shouldn't be. This is kind of more lighthearted, but it's not. So, we're going to talk about AOC and Marjorie Taylor Greene. 2 women in Congress, okay? AOC is obviously a Democrat, progressive. And Marjorie Taylor Greene is a Republican representative. I don't know what state she represents or the district or whatever, because I don't care. But basically, these two have been getting into a conflict, and there's been news around this. Usually, I do not care about this type of bigotry. I don't care about these little fights that representatives and like Congress has with each other. Most of the time I could care less, but this is just interesting to me. Yes, just because it's AOC. Just because it's AOC, I care. Okay? So fuck off if you're gonna say something to me. Okay? Okay, AOC on Marjorie Taylor Greene. These are the kinds of people that I throw out of bars all the time. So okay, whatever. We're gonna read this. I don't really know I don't know fully what's happening. Okay, but we'll see. I'll probably look on Twitter and see more details. Most likely people are going to be shitting on... Okay, Representative AOC, okay, took a swipe at Marjorie Taylor Greene on Thursday, likening her to the kinds of people I threw out of bars after the Georgia Republican aggressively confronted her outside of the House chamber the day before. I used to work as a bartender. These are the kinds of people I threw out of bars all the time. AOC told reporters on Capitol Hill. For me, this isn't even about how I feel. It's that I refuse to allow young women, people of color, people who are standing up for what they believe, to see this kind of intimidation attempts by a person who supports white supremacists in our nation's capital. Bro. I mean, she's not wrong. Look, if you don't really know who Marjorie Taylor... Okay, let me show you. Oh, Magic the Gathering, fuck. That's actually spell her name. Okay, but I don't know how to spell her name. Marjorie? I don't know how to spell her name. Okay, Congress. Alright, look. Her, alright? Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's basically... Let me show you how she looks like. I'm pretty sure you already know how she looks like, and I'm diving way too deep into this, but I don't care. Alright? This is her. Fucking CrossFit mom, dude. So, just by this picture alone, you can see the type of person that she is. Censored. So, she's a heavy Trump supporter. She's been known to rally with Trump. Look at her fucking Trump ass, fucking dumb ass, stupid mask. Stop this steal. She was one of the many Republicans that said the election was stolen. She's fucking crazy. Marjorie Taylor Greene is known to be insane. Like, she's actually crazy. Like, and I know I say Republicans are crazy all the time and I make jokes and I'm like, oh, they're crazy. No, dude. I'm being dead ass. Marjorie Taylor Greene is actually crazy. Like, actually insane. Alright, look. She's also been known because she harassed innocent teenage kids who were survivors and victims of school shootings. She did that, and there's videos of it. There's videos of her going up to the survivors of school shootings in this country, and she called them crisis actors, and she was saying they were faking it. I'm like, yeah, dude, I too fake being a victim of a school shooting in this country. That happens all the fucking time. She's fucking insane. She's a heartless person. She's an awful person. And a lot of people don't like her. But you know what? Fucking Republicans like her because she's fucking crazy. That's why, okay? So, that's your little mini recap of who the fuck she is. Okay, Greene is facing a blowback from Democrats off the heels of a Washington Post report as she harassed AOC on a Wednesday and shouted at her as the two left the floor. Greene reportedly yelled, "Hey, Alexandra," according to the Washington Post, who witnessed the incident. AOC reportedly did not respond to address Greene, who went on to press the young progressive on her support for Black Lives Matter, which Greene claimed to be a terrorist group. See, this fucking lady really thinks Black Lives Matter is a terrorist group. Remember, guys, if you think black people matter and if you think black people have any value as human beings, you're a terrorist. You don't care about the American people. Greene reportedly shouted, why do you support terrorists and Antifa? Antifa! Brother, she supports Antifa. She's a fucking terrorist. Yeah. This lady couldn't even tell me the fucking definition of Antifa if her fucking life was on the line. Okay, after AOC's departure, Greene also reportedly called the Democrat a radical socialist and a chicken who doesn't want to debate the new Green Deal. Girl, what are you talking about? Didn't she agree to debate her? What are you talking about? And we all know who the fuck would win that debate. Whatever, dude. A radical socialist. Okay, that's what Republicans call every single Democrat. They fucking called Joe Biden a radical socialist. Are you fucking stupid? This motherfucker, this man, the president, isn't even close to being a radical socialist. Alright? The report came after after Greene challenged AOC to a debate over her Green New Deal legislation. Not long after, Greene also went up to AOC in the House chamber and posted a photo of the moment on social media. Greene defended her actions Thursday and rejected the notion that her behavior was uncivil. Okay, yeah. So she throws out paying customers. Is that how she feels? She throws out paying customers. Is that what she's saying? Is what she's saying? Bro, I can't take this serious. I can't do this. Guys, I can't do this. I can't. Please stop. So this was Marjorie Taylor Greene's response. Her response to AOC saying that fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene is like the women or the people that she threw out of bars. This is her epic response. Why the fuck do you think people throw out people out of bars, dumbass? Why do you think that? Please use 1% of your brain power to understand that. But she can't. Greene said in response to the reporter who relayed how AOC compared her aggression to a bar, blah blah. You know, it would be nice if they would treat us civilly. But ever since January 6th, they can't even treat us with respect. And now, and we were just as much as victims of the riot too. We didn't cause it. Bitch, are you... again, I need to stop calling women bitches. Okay, I need to stop calling... Okay, I said last stream I'm trying my best to stop calling women bitches because I feel like that's disrespectful. But, bro, what? Huh? Is she dumb? Yeah, she is dumb. She's fucking crazy. What do you mean, dude? Of course people are gonna lose respect for you. And yes, you did. You were a part of causing the riot. Marjorie Taylor Greene was one of the highlighted fucking Republicans who went out of her way to repeatedly spread false and misleading information that the election of 2020 was stolen. Why do you think the Capitol was fucking stormed? Why do you think that? Because they thought, okay, bro, it's like I'm explaining this to a 9-year-old. That's what it is. Okay, Green continued all these lies that they say on and on. You know, they need to be civil. None of them are civil to me. Girl, you were the one screaming at people. What are you talking about about everyone being civil? You're the one who's yelling. I was telling her, you need to debate me. You need to defend your policy. She added, there's nothing wrong with that. Fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene's those debate Andes in the chat are like just people who are in political streamers chats and just say debate me, debate me, debate me, debate me, debate me. You won't debate me, debate me. She's one of those people. Like in fucking political streamers chats constantly saying to debate them. That's who she is. She is the embodiment of that. AOC's office has expressed concerns about security for the congressional members and the staff after the incident. We hope leadership and Sergeant at Arms will take real steps to make Congress safe. Civil place for all members and staff, especially as many offices are discussing reopening. One member has already been forced to relocate her office due to Congresswoman Greene's attacks. A spokesperson for her office, Laura Hint, told the Post. Who the fuck is Laura Hint? Lauren Hint. Who the fuck is this? Obviously, she's a Democrat. She seems like a Democrat. Who is she, though? Communications director. Okay, she seems... Okay, so she's a Okay, got it. Okay, earlier this year, Representative Cori... Who the fuck is it? Okay. Wait, never mind. I do know who Cori Bush is. She's great. I love her. Okay, yeah, I do know who that is. Earlier this year, Cori Bush, also announced that she would be moving her office away from Greens after she said that Georgia Republican berated her without a mask and targeted her on social media. Bro, Marjorie Taylor Greene is the vibes and just the image of the high school bully. You know how when your dumbass was bullied in high school and you got bullied all the time? That's who Marjorie Taylor Greene is. She's that girl in high school that just bullied people for no reason. Like, she just did it just cause. That's who she is. She's giving off serious, like, Bratz doll or like Barbie fucking high school bully vibes. That's what she's giving me. Bro, she is so annoying and so hateful and such an asshole that fucking people around her are literally moving offices to get away from her because they're saying this bitch sucks. Fuck her. I need to stop saying that. This girl fucking sucks. And they're just moving away. That's fucking great. I'm moving my office away from hers for my team's safety. Bush tweeted at the time about the move. Bro, I shouldn't be laughing at this, but they're acting like Green is a fucking animal. I mean, she is. But like, it's fucking... Oh my god, this was so worth it. Only my dumbass would find shit like this entertaining, alright? Green countered that Bush instigated the exchange by yelling at her to put on a mask in a house hallway and posted a video of the exchange. Yeah, dude, I'd fucking yell at you too to put your fucking mask on, dumbass. I'd do the same shit. She is lying to you. She berated me. Representative Bush didn't realize I was live on video, but I have the receipts, she said at the time. Bitch, no one cares if you have the receipts. People are against you. No one cares. I'd be upset too if you weren't wearing a fucking mask and risking spreading COVID to people. All right? God, she's... Ooh, whatever. Representative Jivin Gomez, hey, I know this guy, Democrat from California, also introduced a resolution to expel Greens from Congress, sported an expel MTG mask. The cow. No. Did he actually do that? Look, bro, this is that political, like, drama that I give a shit about. Yeah, I know this representative. Okay. Hold on. I need to see it. Oh, I just spelled that wrong. Whatever, I spelled that wrong. Did he actually? I want to see if they have pictures of it. Fuck, they didn't post it. God damn it. Okay, whatever. Fuck, I wanted them to post a picture of it. That's fucking great. She's still a threat. She assaulted one of my colleagues, a friend of mine, and I think it's time for us to take a vote on the resolution. Thank God. Good shit, Gomez. Go at it. He's the only one with the balls. He's the only one that has the balls right now to be like, yeah, take this lady out of here. Get her out. Good shit, dude. I mean, of course, other Democrats are obviously having the courage to go against her, and obviously that's respectable. But I like how Gomez is literally like, yeah, get her out of here. Like, she's crazy. Speaker Nancy Pelosi on Thursday described Green's confrontation with AOC as a verbal assault and warned the situation could be a matter of the House Ethics Committee. Pelosi also called Green's behavior so beyond the pale of anything that is in keeping with the bringing horror of the House. Bro, Congress and like the House is literally like, how do I say it? It's literally like a reality TV show, but for like political nerds like me. Fuck it. This is what this is. This piece in this situation is just reality entertainment TV for political nerds. Because the average American, the average working American, the average person does not know about this. They don't care about what the fuck AOC and fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene are doing. But it's funny to me. Alright, obviously I care and I could cover this more seriously, but I don't want to. Where would the fun be in that? But again, this is just pure seeds and entertainment for me. Alright, only political nerds actually care about this and like are just like, bro, this is great. It's fucking hilarious, bro. Okay, this week is not the first time that a House Republican has announced bro, I cannot fucking read. Has a cause AOC. Yeah, I remember this. Okay, yeah. In the incident, witnesses. Bro, I cannot fucking read. In an incident witnessed by a reporter of The Hill last summer, Representative Ten Yoho told AOC that she was disgusting for recently suggesting that poverty and unemployment were behind a crime spike in New York City. As he walked away, Yoho added, to no one in particular, fucking bitch. I remember this. Last summer, shit popped off, dude. I remember this was a huge fucking deal. Fucking videos of AOC's response and her speech got her signature red suit that she wore on the House floor. Look, this will happen, alright? This is more drama, alright? So basically, Ted Yoho, well, they just said, like, he called her disgusting, he called her dangerous, and he called her a fucking bitch because of what she said about this. And she reported it, I think, and she did a little speech on the House floor. And that video went fucking viral. People were talking about it on Twitter. It was in the news, obviously. It was on Instagram. Millions of people were seeing it on Instagram. Shit was popping off. So, like, this isn't AOC's first rodeo of having House Republicans or just Republicans in general attack her and belittle her and try to make her feel like shit. So, to Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm like, go on ahead. I'm pretty sure AOC could fucking take your harassment. I'm not saying that I'm not advocating that Marjorie Taylor Greene should continue to do that. Obviously, she shouldn't. She should stop acting like a fucking child and harassing people for no reason. Like, it's like Karen energy, and it's also childish energy. Alright, that's what it is. But again, this isn't AOC's first fucking rodeo dealing with dumbass Republicans who are harassing her. Because AOC has been known to be bold and not forgiving when she speaks about the things that she wants to speak about, that Republicans get scared of that. Republicans fear seeing a strong person be unapologetic when they are fighting for something that is against them. They get scared of that. And I think that's a good thing, that she's not scared. Maybe she is, but she has the courage to go out of her way to speak about what she cares about. And I could respect that. And that's one of the main reasons why she's one of my favorite politicians in power. Like, it's hard not to give her respect that she deserves and that obviously that she earns. But yeah, I think that's the only situation. Let me see, actually. I think this was trending, right? I want to stay on this topic. I really do. Just because I love AOC so much. What is this? I'm sorry I'm staying on this topic for too long. But I don't care. Did this refresh? What the fuck? Okay. What is this? Since deleted video shows Marjorie Taylor Greene harassing AOC office during 2019 Capitol Hill visit. Bro, I remember this. I saw the video. I'm not gonna... should I show it? Do I have it? Hold on, give me a second. Do I have the actual video? I do, right? I saved it. Give me a second, please. Yeah, this one. Let's see. Okay. Bro, we are going balls deep. We are gonna get into this. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Give me a second, please. Bro, we're gonna stay on this topic for a hot minute. Not too long, I promise. We'll talk about Matt Gaetz and George Floyd and all that stuff in a second. And give me like 30 minutes, okay?
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is now giving her assessment of Georgia Republican Marjorie Taylor Greene.
This is a woman that's deeply unwell and clearly needs some help.
Bro, I can't. She came out the fucking gates. She said, this woman clearly needs some help. Why am I like nerding? I'm nerding out, dude.
And her kind of fixation has lasted for several years now.
Bro, is there captions?
It's at this point, I think,
what language is that? Okay, whatever, I'm turning that off.
the depth of that unwellness has raised concerns for other members as well. And so, I think that this is an assessment that needs to be made by the proper professionals.
I don't know if you could hear all of that, but she said she's deeply unwell. Marjorie Taylor Greene reportedly shouted down Ocasio-Cortez earlier this week in the halls of the Capitol, and this aggressive behavior dates back to early 2019, when then Marjorie Taylor Greene, not yet in Congress, recorded her trip to Capitol Hill. This video has since been unearthed by CNN's K-File team.
Yeah, this is the video that was... This video basically shows fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene almost in her prime of being fucking insane.
All right, we're going to go see. We're going to visit.
Look at this psychopath, dude. Bro, I need to stop. Look, she's crazy.
Alexandria.
But I love her. Okay, look. I have a love-hate relationship with almost all Republicans. They piss me off. Guys, you've heard me be so pissed at Republicans. Obviously, I don't like them. I wouldn't say I hate them. I just really don't like them. But you have to love them at the same time, because Republicans are so great because they're so entertaining. They're entertaining. They're treating this like it's a reality TV show. It's so funny.
Yeah, Ocasio-Cortez. Crazy eyes. Crazy eyes. Nutty Cortez. Okay, hang with.
Girl, you cannot be calling people crazy eyes, okay? You are not in the... Fuck. I'm not one for bullying people on their appearances. I do not advocate for people to bully people for how they look. But baby, green. Come on now, girl. You cannot, girl, you cannot be in the position to be calling people. You cannot be in the position to be calling people out of their name, okay? You can't. I'm sorry.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm an American.
Look at her fucking purposefully mispronouncing her name on purpose. At least when I mispronounce people's names, you guys know that I'm a dumbass and that I'm not good at pronouncing shit.
Citizen. I pay your salary through the taxes that you collect from me through the IRS.
Bitch, the same thing goes to you. What are you talking about? She pays you too because she pays taxes as well. Are you fucking stupid?
Tax-paying citizen of the United States.
Yeah, and so is AOC, dumbass.
So you need to stop being a baby and stop locking your door.
Stop being a baby? Girl, you're the one harassing her through her door. Are you kidding me? Marjorie's here. She's like that little kid that like is like, Mom, open the door. I want ice cream. That's her.
Come out and face the American citizens that you serve. If you want to be a big girl, you need to get rid of your diaper.
Ugh. Ugh. Just look at her. Just Karen energy, dude.
And come out and be able to talk to the American citizens.
This is so cringy.
Instead of us having to use a flap, a little flap.
Girl, you're the one. Oh, you're putting all your face up on that. You don't even know who touched that. God, girl. I'm forgetting this was in 2019. So all I'm thinking about is COVID. She's gonna get COVID, but she wouldn't care anyway. Again, I'm sorry if I keep pausing it, but I have to.
Stop being a baby.
Slot. Yeah.
I mean, to yell, talking through the mail slot and calling somebody childish, sophomoric names.
You know what? I'm always surprised, I guess I shouldn't be, that she wanted to share that video. That she wanted people to see her.
Wasn't it a live stream? Or what wasn't she live? Or I would be surprised if she wasn't live and she made that whole video and posted it, or if she was live. If she was live, it makes sense. But if you're not live and you just record that video just cuz, that just adds to her craziness.
Shouting at a member of Congress or speaking to her through a mail slot because I guess that gave her some type of bona fides. She's done this with David Hogg as well.
Oh, it also gave her money.
Yes,
she has raised $3 million in the first quarter of 2021 because she posts this stuff.
Bro, again, people, like normal people, are kind of like, yeah, she's fucking crazy. But Republicans love this shit. And Republicans love supporting crazy ass Republicans in power who don't even help them at all.
And there are people who like it. And, you know, I'm glad you brought up the David Hogg thing because...
I mean, I love it.
This is her modus operandi. She chased a teenage Parkland school shooting survivor down the street, screaming at him about her zeal for open carry laws or concealed carry laws, I can't remember, but guns, basically. Let me just remind people.
Yeah, this was the video that I was talking about earlier when I said that Marjorie Taylor Greene was literally harassing a kid who was a victim of a school shooting. This is that video.
Look, I'm an American citizen. I'm a gun owner. I have a concealed carry permit. I carry a gun for protection for myself, and you are using your lobby and the money behind it. And
this is the kid, okay? This is him. He's walking away from her. He's not confronting her, not yelling at her, and he's just minding his own fucking business. And she's acting like a little kid and running after him. A grown-ass woman. A grown adult woman with children of her own.
Try to take away my Second Amendment rights. You don't have anything to say for yourself?
This poor kid, man.
You can't defend your stance?
Can't defend your stance?
Over 30 appointments with senators. How'd you do that?
Bitch, what are you talking... Oh, I need to stop calling her a bitch. I'm sorry. I know some people might say she is one, but again, like, I need to stop calling women that.
How did you get major press coverage?
How'd you get major press conference? I don't know. Maybe because he was a victim of a school shooting. Maybe that. Maybe, you know, I'm pretty sure victims of school shootings get pretty popular and people start paying attention to them. Just a thought.
I talked to David Hogg after this, Victor, and he said that it took like every ounce of his sort of Zen mindfulness not to turn around because she baits people. I mean, she baits people using their
Typical reactionary conservative, dude.
trigger words about guns and everything to try to get them into an altercation.
It's my Second Amendment right to carry, and I use it to protect myself. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty sure you need a gun to protect yourself, because if you're constantly going out of your way to harass people and to yell at them and say abhorrent shit like that to people, I'm pretty sure one day someone's gonna turn around and want to punch her in the mouth. So yeah, I'm pretty sure she carries that weapon for a reason, because she goes out of her way to harass and verbally harass people who have nothing to do with
she's doing
her.
the same thing now with her colleagues in the House, that they're having to center themselves as they're being shouted at by Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, earlier today, House members selected New York Congresswoman and the embracer of the big lie, Elise Stefanik, to
She's fucking crazy too. We already covered her last week. I mean, earlier this week we already covered her. Ugh, okay, again, I'm not gonna, okay.
Liz Cheney in her House GOP leadership spot. Stefanik used her first news conference this morning to convince the country that her party is unified.
That's not true.
So I'm very excited for this opportunity. We are unified, working as one team.
Bro, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me how women like her and women like Liz Cheney and women like Marjorie Taylor Greene get the chance and the privilege and the opportunity to be in Congress. It is insane to me how these women have these opportunities to be in such a high, powerful position. I will never fathom, nor will I ever understand it. But then, no, I do understand it, because they're getting these positions because they're so radical.
About being unified. We are unified, and I look to the voters across America. Republican voters are unified in their support and their desire to work with President Trump, and we are unified as Republicans.
That's so sad. It's so sad how so many Republicans are still on that Trump thing. Like, dude, Trump isn't president anymore. I'm sorry. Donald Trump isn't president anymore, sweetie. He isn't. I'm sorry. It's like they're clinging on to a parent who's like gonna go to the store and get groceries. Like, no, don't go. Like, they're still on that, dude. Come on. It's over. It's over. Get over it. Let's go.
One team. We are going to win the majority in 2022.
I believe that. I believe that they're going to win. I've said this before, and again, I'm pausing it 1,000 times, but whatever. I firmly believe Republicans are for sure going to win the majority of the House in 2022, or whatever the fuck she's talking about. I'm pretty sure they're going to win. I've said this before.
As one team. We are unified in working with President Trump. My job
That's not
representing
true.
our Republican members, the vast majority, we look forward to working with President Trump.
That's not true, but or whatever. The Republican Party is literally fighting itself right now. They're fighting each other right now because they're literally replacing one of their own party members with this woman. So what are you talking about?
What you call a talking point when you say it so many times. Listen, what we're seeing from House Republicans right now is really not what we saw from the Republican Party just a few years ago. So how did it get from the party of Abraham Lincoln and Ronald Reagan to Donald Trump and the big lie? Well, CNN's Fareed Zakaria is diving into that in his latest CNN special report, A Radical Rebellion, the Transformation of the GOP. Watch.
Bro, do I want to watch this? Do I want to? I'm not gonna. Okay, look, I don't want to cover this. I'm done with that. All right, I just wanted them to talk about Marjorie Taylor Greene. Obviously, I don't want to dive into other shit right now. Okay, so that's the only thing that I've gotten about the AOC situation with Marjorie Taylor Greene. We're gonna move away from this. I'm done with this situation. If something else more out of pocket happens, I will cover it, obviously, because I fucking love AOC. We're going to move away from this now. We're going to talk about... Wait, what? Oh, wait, no, I already read this, right? Yeah, I'm not going to cover this. I'm not going to read this. We already saw the video, okay? We're going to move away from that. We're going to move on to Matt Gaetz, baby. Bro, I've been covering Matt Gaetz since I started streaming. Matt Gaetz is great, alright? We're going to cover him right now, but I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom, so I'll be back. Hold tight. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Let's get into it. I know there was breaking news about this morning. So, let's get into it first. Hold on. I saw this on Twitter. Hold on, let me open up my Alexa. Breaking. Matt Gaetz confident Joe Greenberg admits to any crimes in plea. Okay, yeah. He doesn't name Gaetz. Greenberg says he and other adult men engaged in commercial sex acts with a minor. Greenberg says he witnesses other men having sex with a minor. We're going to talk about this. Is there a paywall behind this? Please don't. No paywall, no paywall, no paywall, no paywall, no paywall, no paywall. Paywall? Ooh, it doesn't seem like there's a paywall here, so that's good. Well, okay, we'll keep that open. This was the first one that I saw. Representative Matt Gaetz' associate Joe Greenberg will plead guilty to 6 of 33 federal charges and agrees to fully cooperate with the United States in an investigation and prosecution of other persons. Ooh, baby. Ooh, oh shit. Ooh, baby. Ooh, we're gonna get into this. I know I haven't covered Matt Gaetz in a hot minute. I know that people were fucking... I'm just kidding, no. People were probably starving for this fucking Matt Gaetz content, baby. And we've got it. Matt Gaetz' associate Joe Greenberg is expected to strike a plea deal and cooperate with prosecutors next week. There's our guy. There's our boy. Joe Greenberg and Associate Representative Matt Gaetz will reportedly strike a plea deal Monday. So next time I stream, actually. So hopefully it happens by then, by the time I stream. Greenberg has already been cooperating with Gaetz for a year. And New York Times previously reported both men are targets for a federal crime, sex trafficking investigation. Okay, Joe Greenberg, a close associate with Florida Representative Matt Gaetz, is expected to strike a plea deal with prosecutors on Monday, CNN reported. It's a significant development and one that will likely tighten the screws on Gaetz as he faces a Justice Department investigation into whether he violated federal sex trafficking laws. News on Greenberg's upcoming plea isn't entirely unexpected. The New York Times reported last month that he's been cooperating with prosecutors since last year. Greenberg is said to have given investigators information about an array of topics, according to the report, including telling them that he and Gaetz had interactions with women who were given cash and gifts in exchange for sex. We already know damn well that Greenberg is a rat. Who the fuck is calling me? Sorry guys, someone's calling me right now. I declined it. Bro, that's weird. No one calls me. I'm not important. Okay, whatever. Greenberg's defense attorney and prosecutors also told a judge earlier in April that they were on a cusp of reaching a plea deal. It is unclear what terms of the agreement would be, but Greenberg's lawyer, Fritz Skeller, I'm not reading that, hinted that his client was cooperating with prosecutors, telling reporters after the hearing, "I'm sure Matt Gaetz is not feeling comfortable today." Bro, I remember that. Now it came back to me. I remember we covered this. I showed the video. Bro, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. For sure he ratted. For sure he ratted. He ratted. Yeah. Based on social media reports about Gaetz' inquiry, prosecutors most likely have a large trail of breadcrumbs to follow as they work to corroborate the allegations against the lawmaker. The investigation is said to be looking into whether he used campaign money to fund travel for women. The Times reported investigators were scrutinizing Gaetz and Greenberg's interactions with multiple women who were recruited online for sex and received cash payments. Again, look. I said last time when I covered this, which was like a week or two ago, I don't care. Look, I do not care who the fuck Matt Gaetz or whoever has sex with. I don't care about their sex life. I don't care about their relationships. I don't care about their sex life nor their personal life. I could care less about these people. Okay? But the only reason why I care is obviously because he's under investigation for having sex with a whole minor. And because it says right here, he's accused of using campaign money. That is the only reason why I care. Okay? Other than that, I don't care who the fuck he has sex with. I could care less. It's none of my business. Nor is it anyone's business. Okay? And no, that's not me defending him, alright? So if you're gonna say that's me defending him, shut the fuck up. Okay, CBS News reported that prosecutors were also zeroing in on a trip Gates took to the Bahamas in late 2018 or early 2019 with the hand surgeon and marijuana entrepreneur who is accused of footing bill for female sex workers, hotel rooms, travel expenses, and the Daily Beast reported Gates and Greenberg sent $900 via Venmo in 2018, and that Greenberg sent $900 in varying amounts to 3 young women. Oof. Gates' spokesperson previously told Insider Congressman Gates has never paid for sex, adding, "It seems Mr. Greenberg has been trying to insure innocent people for his troubles for quite some time." Look, listen. Let me just get this straight. Sex work is real work, alright? So if people are gonna go out here and shame these sex workers because, look, sex work is real work. Shut the fuck up. You're just jealous, okay? Shut up. Look, I don't care if Matt Gaetz paid for sex. Who cares? That's none of our... I don't care. But the reason why it's hypocritical is because it's because Matt Gaetz is a Republican, and you know damn well he would never... Matt Gaetz would never in a million years advocate or try to fight for sex workers. He would never do that. That makes him a hypocrite, okay? That's the only reason why that's stupid. But other than that, if people are gonna try to shame these women for being in sex, like doing sex work, fuck off, dude. You're just... Shut up. We know you can't get your dick wet. Calm down. We're gonna continue this. To this one by the New York Times. Thank God for no paywall. Former Gates confidant agrees to plead guilty and cooperate. Okay, I'm only reading this because I'm hoping it gives me further detail. A former confidant, Representative Matt Gaetz, a Republican of Florida, admitted in court papers on Friday to an array of federal crimes, including sex trafficking of a minor, and agreed to cooperate with the Justice Department's investigation, handling prosecutors, a potential key witness as they decide whether they should charge Matt Gaetz. Joel Greenberg, who was a tax collector in Orlando area until he was indicted last year, did not implicate Matt Gaetz by name in papers filed by prosecutors at a federal district court in Orlando, but Matt Gaetz admitted that he and unidentified others have paid a 17-year-old girl for sex and that he had provided her with drugs. Oof, okay. He admitted that he introduced the minor to other adult men who engaged in commercial sex acts with her, according to the documents, and that he was sometimes present. What a sick fuck, dude. The others were not named. Yeah, dude, no fucking shit. Prosecutors revealed in the documents later that they have evidence that says corroborates Mr. Greenberg's admissions, including a series of communications and transactions Mr. Gaetz had with the girl, and a list of dates of their sexual encounters. The inclusion of the material appeared designed to be to bolster the credibility of Mr. Greenberg as a witness whose trustfulness was likely to be challenged by anyone who is charged based against anything he tells prosecutors. Hello. Who must go? Okay, Matt Gaetz, a close ally of President Donald J. Trump, is said to be, please explain what the stream is about. Today, this is a political stream. I talk about politics and news. Right now, we're specifically talking about Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is a Florida representative, and he is currently being investigated by the police and the government because he's been accused of having sex with a minor. That's what we're covering right now, but overall, the streams are usually about politics. Okay, let's continue this. Okay, Mr. Gaetz, a formerly close ally of former President Donald J. Trump, is said to be under investigation into whether he violated sex trafficking laws by having sex with the same girl. Mr. Greenberg, who has been in a meeting with prosecutors for at least 5 months, has told investigators that Mr. Gaetz has had sex with the girl and knew she was being paid. according to a person briefed on the inquiry. Okay, blah blah. Mr. Greenberg also admitted that he had stolen money from local taxpayers, committed identity theft, and defrauded the federal government. Yeah, for sure he's going to jail. But I mean, again, he's going to get time off if he exposes other men who had sex with underage girls or committed sex trafficking, who did illegal activity. So for sure he's going to get time off. As the inquiry ensured, Mr. Gates and other influential Florida Republicans had to burst into national news in recent weeks. Reports have portrayed them as freewheeling group that frequently parties, sometimes took the mood-altering drugs, ecstasy, and in some cases paid women they had sex with. Okay. Mr. Gates has denied paying for sex and said that his generosity towards former girlfriends was being misconstrued. Bro, I don't care about his fucking ex-girlfriend. Okay. Although Mr. Gates might have deep knowledge about the activities of Mr. Gates and others, using him as a witness could be complicated for prosecutors because he has a long history of lying and has not pleaded guilty to a range of crimes, including some that he was initially charged by prosecutors last year. Defense lawyers often take attack the credibility of such cooperators when the government uses them as witnesses in trials. Okay, blah blah. Sometimes arguing they are simply testifying to what the government wants in exchange. Okay, yeah. I mean, that makes sense, but at the same time, it's like, just lock him away. What are you doing? But I'm not a fucking federal prosecutor, so obviously I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, Greenberg, 37 years old, is facing 12 years in prison. That's it. Okay. But his cooperation results in prosecutors and others, okay, blah, blah. The Justice Department can file a motion with the judge overseeing his case to ask for a shorter sentence. So the maximum amount of years that this motherfucker might get is 12 years? 12 years. Are you kidding me? That's it? 12 years in prison? Bro, he had sex with a minor, admitting to doing drugs and giving drugs to other women. He admitted to paying for sex, and they're gonna be like, yeah, 12 years. Oh yeah, and he admitted to stealing taxpayer money and using it for his own gain. And the fucking federal department's like, yeah, 12 years, dude. 12 years max. Bro. Bro, just fuck it. I mean, like, what the fuck, man? Okay, whatever. I shouldn't be surprised. Okay, I really shouldn't. The plea by Mr. Greenberg is the latest chapter in his friendship with Mr. Gates, which began in Republican political circles in Florida around the time Mr. Trump was elected president in 2016. Mr. Trump's candidacy attracted many inexperienced politicians who were granted access, including Mr. Gates and Mr. Greenberg. Yeah, dude, it doesn't take a fucking genius to understand that people like Matt Gaetz and Greenberg are not political experts, nor do they have experience in politics. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure some fucking Republicans who are all the way pro-Trump don't have experience in politics either. It isn't a surprise. Are we surprised? No, we are not. Mr. Gates, the son of a former Florida State Senate president, was looking to develop the following in the state nationally. My bad, I read that wrong. Mr. Greenberg, the son of a wealthy dentist, had struggled with addiction issues, but had defeated the long-term tax collector, blah blah, and primary. Okay, I don't care about that, bro. I really don't. Okay, and the host for blah blah himself and Mr. Gates and others connected with the Florida Republicans. Mr. Greenberg has told others he hired women to have sex with him. Mr. Gates and others through a website that connected people who go on dates in exchange for gifts like fine dining, travel, and allowances. Okay, so basically, like, I'm not gonna say it, but I'm pretty sure you guys know what I mean. During those interactions, Mr. Gates has I already read that. Mr. Gates had sex with this 17-year-old. She had claims to be over 18, but they later learned her age. Well, probably shouldn't have been paying for sex in the first place. Okay, I'm just kidding. Mr. Greenberg was first indicted in June on charges stemming from his attempt to undermine to undermine the political rival by spreading false rumors that the rival had engaged in sex with a student. 2 months later, he was indicted on the charge of sex trafficking a child. Bro, fucking biggest Uno reverse card in history. Okay, Mr. Greenberg faced more charges in the following months, increasing his criminal exposure. He initially wanted to fight the charges, but around the end of last year, he confronted the possibility that he could face decades in prison if he were convicted. He began cooperating with federal investigators. In the meeting with the investigators, he divulged details on the array of crimes that he committed and explained how he and Mr. Gates and others frequently paid women for sex. Despite his cooperation with the government, Mr. Greenberg continued to flout the law. A federal judge ordered him to a prison in March for violating terms of his bail. Okay. At the court hearing in Orlando in April, Mr. Greenberg's defense lawyer, blah blah, and the Justice Department prosecutor leading the investigation, Robert Handberg, disclosed that Mr. Greenberg was likely to plead guilty in the coming weeks. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, again, if he pleaded against it, he'd be a fucking idiot. So, yeah, I'm not surprised that he's pleading guilty. There's too much piles of evidence against him to see that he isn't guilty. Outside the courthouse afterwards, Mr. blah blah, okay, the lawyer sent an anonymous sign to Mr. Gates about the direction of the government's investigation. I'm not sure Mr. Gates is feeling very comfortable today. Yeah, his fucking Greenberg's lawyer basically told Mr. Gates that, you got snitched on. Like, motherfucker snitched on you. That's basically what he just said. Alright, dude, this is the only update that I got on the Matt Gaetz case. Again, I've been covering this fucking situation for a long time already. Again, I've been covering this since I first started streaming. So it's a ride. It's definitely a ride. But I'm done with this. This is the only update that I've gotten this far. Obviously, if more details come around, I'm obviously going to cover it. But for now, I'm done with this. We're going to move on to this. We're going to move on to more... We're going to move on to other stuff. We're going to talk about George Floyd after this, okay? We're going to move on to this. Missouri Governor Nix's voter-approved Medicaid expansion plan. So we're going to talk about Missouri. We're going to talk about healthcare and shit, okay? Republican Missouri Governor Mike Parson said Thursday he will not expand Medicaid to a change approved by voters since and scheduled start July 1st because lawmakers did not appropriate funding. Okay, so you might be confused by this. I know there's going to be people that are kind of confused. They're like, what is that? What are you talking about? So we're going to read this first. And then we're going to read this so we could get a better understanding. So, yeah, Missouri citizens basically voted on this a long time ago. So, last year. So, okay, voters in Deep Red, Missouri expand Medicare under Obamacare. Okay, so this is like some old shit, so where like Donald Trump was president. Missouri residents voted Tuesday to expand Medicaid to low-income residents by 53 to 43 for 47%, becoming the sixth state to do so at the ballot box, CNN projects. Alright, so remember, this was last year. The ballot measurement called for enshrining Medicaid expansion in the Deep Red state's constitution. Okay, which makes it harder for legislators to throw up hurdles to enrollment, such as work requirements. The Biden administration, my bad. The Trump administration and many Republican state officials have sought to add work requirements, premiums, and other mandates to Medicaid, which make it more difficult for folks to qualify for coverage. Bro, they're basically saying, no Medicaid for you. We want you to die. Alright? The passage also marks yet another defeat in President Donald Trump's quest to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, which authorizes the safety net program expansion to all adults with incomes below 138% of poverty level, or about $17,000 this year. The president handily won Missouri in 2016. Yeah. Missouri was one of the states that voted for him. An estimate of 230,000 residents who earn less than roughly $18,000 a year are expected to gain coverage. Currently, childless adults aren't eligible for Medicaid, and neither are parents with incomes greater than roughly $4,800 a year for a family of 4, according to the report from the state auditor's office. So basically what I'm getting so far is that this expansion would have helped a lot of low-income families get access to Medicare, to not be crushed by crippling debt from the doctor. Missouri, however, is expected to have a kick in at least $200 million a year. States have to shoulder 10% of the cost, which the federal government is picking up the rest. The initiative began long before the coronavirus pandemic, but took an increased urgency amid the outbreak. Supporters sought to tie the ballot measure to the renewed focus on healthcare and coverage access. Medicaid expansion should be a boon to the state's hospitals, decreasing the number of uninsured patients they treat and funneling more than $1 billion in federal funds to the state annually. Some 15 hospitals, including 10 rural institutions, but closed in 2014. Okay. Not only the lack of expansion is hurting our healthcare systems and our healthcare coverage here in Missouri, but it's also starting to take a toll on our economy, said Jack, blah, spokesperson for blah, blah. Noting that the hospitals create many jobs. Bro, Republicans and shit only give a shit about basic human rights if it benefits their economy. Which is fucking gross, but whatever. Volunteers raised awareness about the ballot initiative, which garnered nearly twice as many signatures as needed, and a retired ambulance made stops across the state to urge residents to approve the measure. It was also supported by the State Chamber of Commerce, among other groups, but the effort had also attracted opponents, including Republicans Governor Mike Parson. The same enemy we just saw. The state chapter of the Americans for Prosperity, the United blah blah organizations that advocates for limiting government. Ugh, typical Republican. Well, at least that's the rhetoric and the framework that Republicans like to go by. Okay, Parson maintains the Missouri can't afford the expansion. A spokeswoman said, Medicaid already makes up 24% of the state's federal revenue, and enrolls has grown during the pandemic. Yeah, dude, no shit, because motherfuckers were dying, dumbass, of course. Medicaid costs can quickly balloon, said Carl, Burden, whatever the fuck your name is, CEO of United Missouri and former chair of the State House Budget Committee. Even in good years, it's tough to come up with, he said, adding the state's recently to $400 million to its budget. Okay, why don't they raise taxes on the wealthy people in Missouri then? But wait, they're not going to do that though, because they're fucking Republicans. 5 states have already expanded Medicaid by the ballot. Missouri is the 6th state run by Republicans to say yes to the expansion. A provision of the Affordable Care Act at the ballot box. Oklahoma voters narrowly approved expansion in June. Maine was the first in 2017, followed by Nebraska, Utah, and Idaho a year later. Politicians who fail to heed the voters' message on healthcare are going to be in trouble this November, said Jonathan, I do not know how to pronounce your last name, executive director of the Fairness Project, who has helped organize the ballot campaign. 2 red states that Trump won by double digits in 2016 just sent out the largest possible rebuke to the president's attacks on the Affordable Care Act. Still, in all of the efforts prior to this year, elected officials delayed implementation or attempted to add restrictions on the program. Medicaid expansion recently began in Nebraska, and tens of thousands of people also enrolled in each other states. Advocates also have their eyes on Florida and possibly Mississippi, Wyoming, and South Dakota for 2022. Ooh, that's soon. Some 13 states with either Republican governors or GOP-led legislators have yet adapted to the Medicaid expansion, which began in 2014. More than 2 million Americans fall into the so-called coverage gap, according to the Kaiser Family Foundation. This story has been updated since, So this is the backstory. So this article helped us kind of understand the backstory of what's happening. Long story short, Missouri citizens voted and wanted to have Medicaid expansion. But now, in 2021, today, that is not the case anymore. Missouri Governor nixes, so this word nixes means basically canceled. So Missouri Governor canceled vote approved Medicaid expansion plan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he vetoed it. I haven't read this yet, but I'm pretty sure he used his power to get rid of it. Okay, now we could read this, okay? Republican Missouri Governor Mike Parson said Thursday that he will not expand Medicaid, a change approved by voters, scheduled to start July 1st, because lawmakers did not appropriate funding. Okay, let's see his bullshit argument. Although I was never in support of the Medicaid health net expansion, I always said that I would uphold the ballot amendment if passed, he said. However, without a revenue source or funding authority from the General Assembly, we are unable to proceed with the expansion at this time and must withdraw our state plan amendments to ensure Missouri's existing Medicaid health net program remains solvent. What a fucking asshole, dude. What a fucking asshole. Again, typical politician thinking about money all the fucking time. Money, 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 money. Fucking Mr. Krabs over here. Oh. Oh, I really call this man Mr. Krabs. Okay, I make myself laugh, alright? Shut the fuck up. Okay, he sent a letter to the Federal Centers for Medicaid and Medicaid Services withdrawing the state's expansion plan, saying Missouri will resubmit it should funding circumstances change. Again, what a fucking dick. What an ass, dude. He's so mean. I mean, but this is not surprising coming from a Republican. Democratic state lawmakers and consumer advocates swiftly responded, saying the courts would force Parson to broaden coverage in low-income residents who make less than roughly $18,000 a year for an individual. So, like, yeah, the Republicans are basically like poor people. Like, poor people don't deserve to have health coverage. Let them die. We shouldn't give them health coverage. That's basically it. Because if you're a Republican, you have to make sure you hate poor people, right? By backtracking on implementation of Medicaid expansion, Governor Parson is breaking his promise to the people of the state and violating his oath to uphold the Missouri Constitution, tweeted Representative Crystal Quad. I think that's how you read that name. If I pronounced it wrong, I apologize. House Minority Leader, Medicaid expansion will still happen as the Constitution requires, but because of the governor's dishonorable action, it will take a court order to do it. Okay, so it hasn't been official that he's not going to do it, but I hope that the court overrules his bullshit take, and I really hope the citizens of Missouri can get the healthcare expansion that they deserve and that they obviously need, especially during COVID. Right, again, Republicans who vote for people like this, I'm like, why? I really don't understand you. These people are trying to literally take away your healthcare. They're trying to make you be crippled by healthcare debt and costly medical expenses. And yet these people still vote for them. I don't understand it. It's like these people have a kink for getting shit on. These people have a kink for getting fucked in the ass by Republicans who just make their life more difficult. Okay? We have every confidence that the litigation will result in Medicaid expansion beginning on time for the 275,000 Missourians who will be eligible for health care, said Jonathan. Yeah, we already know who this is. An executive director of the Fairness Project, which has focused on expanding Medicaid through the ballot initiatives around the nation, including the newest efforts in Mississippi and South Dakota. You know what? He's doing what he said he was doing, which is good. Expanding the ballot box. Missouri has become the 6th state to approve Medicaid expansion at the ballot box last August when voters supported it by 53% to 47%. In Oklahoma, where voters we read this. Now newly residents can start applying for coverage on June 1st. It takes effect the following month. Okay, this is good. So it's not like official, but this just shows us that he's a fucking asshole. Which I thought we already knew, but whatever. Expanding Medicaid in Missouri would cost the state $130 million annually, said Amy Bluin, I don't know how to say it, CEO of the left-leaning Missouri Budget Project. The federal government, which covers 90% of the cost, would provide the state with $1.7 billion a year. So yeah, look, the state of Missouri isn't even going to be paying that much for it. It's going to be mainly coming from the federal government, which is good, as they should. It is the job of the federal government to take care of states and to help them. Okay, Parson included $1.9 billion funding request to his budget proposal to the General Assembly. Okay, Blowen and other advocates argue that the states has sufficient funding for Medicaid and legislators do not need to appropriate money sufficient specifically for the expansion population. Plus, the American Rescue Plan, which Congress approved in March, offers an incentive for states to expand, which would bring in another $1.1 billion over the next 2 years. Yeah, and who the fuck do you think passed the American Rescue Plan? Who do you think passed the American Rescue Plan? Fucking Democrats, bitch. That's who. It really does pay for itself, she said. Okay, a Kaiser Family Foundation review of the research that the expansion can result in the state budget savings by the offspring costs in other states, reduced uncompensated care costs for hospitals and clinics, and gains in employment. There you go. All right. Others in Missouri and Oklahoma, another 12 states have yet to expand Medicaid. All have Republican governors or GOP-controlled legislatures. Again, dude, Republicans don't want you to have fucking health coverage. All right? They're like, communist China. Yeah, dude, it's communist China when we want to give people basic human fucking rights so they can live comfortably and not live in fear of going to the doctor because they're going to be crushed by the cost. Okay, I need to chill out. More than 2 million uninsured adults fall into the coverage gap, meaning their incomes were not too high to qualify in their states, but too low to make them eligible for the Affordable Care Act. Premium subsidies, which are open to those earnings of more than 100% of poverty level in non-expansion states. Okay, this is it. I guess we'll hear this. So, I'm not seeing a bunch of people talking about this. I understand why a lot of people aren't talking about this, but I feel like people need to talk about this, but whatever.
In a global pandemic, one issue that persists on everyone's mind is healthcare. I spoke with Andy Slavitt, the former acting director of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, and Lonnie Chen, a fellow at the Hoover Institution, to understand where each side of the aisle stands on this important issue. To find out how their health plans look in the real world, I gave the example of one of my patients, a middle-aged woman with high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart disease. She's also in recovery for addiction.
Holy shit, that's so loud. Hold on, give me a second. That was so loud. I'm so sorry.
So she was uninsured for years, and then because of Obamacare, was able to get health insurance. She tells me every time that she is really terrified. She thinks that health insurance is what helped her to get her life back on track, especially to get help for addiction and mental health issues. And she's really concerned that she'll be priced out of it because of her pre-existing conditions, and she just is reading all this news about what's going to happen next and is very concerned that she'll relapse. So can you tell me more about how your plan might affect her? And
okay, just I don't know who these people are. So I don't know whose side is on who. I just want to get that out there. I don't know who any of these people are. I'm sorry.
What perhaps in the current system is not working for her that you think should be improved?
It'd be great if she had access to a plan, first of all, that covered the things she needed but didn't cover the things she didn't use. And that is exceedingly difficult in the current system. Eventually, what we want to see is a healthcare system where you can do a little bit more specialization around the kind of plan that you have, because the other thing that enables is it enables the premium or the cost of the plan to maybe be better tailored to the kind of benefits that she's using. And eventually, as I said, we're going to have to address this concern about why it is that healthcare gets more expensive year over year. And I would just say one of the reasons why that's the case is because as consumers, we don't necessarily know a lot about what our healthcare costs or what we're getting for our money.
Yeah, dude, because there's so many different companies in the United States because of capitalism. Because there's so many different companies and premiums in this country. It's hard to fucking know. It's hard to know Why don't we just have universal health care? Boom. That's my fucking socialist, radical left, horrible, communist fucking take, dude. How about we just have universal health care?
Concerned with that, which it sounds right, sounds good. My fire insurance guy came over to my house and said, I could drop the cost of your premiums. Just tell me which room you don't want me to cover in case there's a fire there. I wouldn't know. And so the two examples people point to most frequently when they say maybe you can cut some things out of your coverage.
Exactly, dude. It makes no sense. It's like, okay, I want coverage for, okay, I'm young and healthy, right? So I'd only want coverage if I get a broken bone or if I need surgery for something. But then they're not going to cover shit if one day I fucking start developing a new type of disease or something. Like, no one really knows. Like, no one can tell the fucking future. That's why when you pick and choose your premiums, it's hard and it's difficult because you don't really know what problems you're going to have in the future. And that could bite you in the fucking ass.
Our maternity and mental health. But then when she had her addiction problem, she would have access to no mental health providers. And when our mental health is fine, it's like, I'm not going to have a fire in the living room, so why should I pay for that? I would just say we should be careful not to get into a system, again, where insurance companies can basically decide what to cover or where it starts to vary and it gets complex. While I think Lonnie and I are on the same page about costs, I think we've got to go more to root cause cost issues. Should an ambulance ride cost $1,400? Should a crutch cost $700? No. That's absurd.
I agree with Lonnie that the cost of healthcare is escalating and that we have to rein it in. But I also agree with Andy that it's hard to know what you would want to have covered in advance of actually getting sick, and healthcare is not a transparent marketplace. Still, I think that there is a lot
guys, remember, listen. Institutions and corporations who who offer healthcare coverage and all that shit like that, and the premiums and stuff, those types of people and mainly Republican lawmakers and Republican officials in the government, those are the people who hold your life in their hands. The government in general, and just like capitalists or corporations or organizations in this country who offer premiums and sell premiums for absurdly high prices, these are the people who hold your life in their hands. These are the people who basically decide whether you live or die. And that might seem dramatic, but that's really what the fuck it is. They decide whether or not you're going to be covered by healthcare or not. These are the people that make these laws. These are the people that sell these things to you every single day. These people literally hold your fucking life in their hands. It's not funny. It's like, that's what it is. And it's crazy. Like, look at this governor. The governor of Missouri was literally like, nah, dude, you're not going to get fucking health care. You're not going to get Medicaid. And especially during COVID last year, he was even saying that. And he's still saying the same shit now. It's fucking crazy. So remember who the fuck you're voting for. Do these officials actually care about my well-being? Alright? Look, people shouldn't have to worry about going to the doctor, going to the hospital, or getting transported by the ambulance because they cannot afford the cost. That's a fear that people shouldn't be having. That should be free healthcare and healthcare and shit like that should be a necessity. It is a necessity, and it should be a necessity. It needs to be mandatorily covered by the government. Alright? People shouldn't have to pay absurdly high prices for fucking coverage that isn't even gonna work. Alright? And when you try to cookie cut around what problems you have and what problems you don't have and what you want to have be covered and what you don't want to be covered for, it doesn't matter, because in the end, bitch, you cannot tell the future. You don't know what the fuck what's gonna be wrong with you. Look, I'm healthy right now. I'm sitting here, I'm healthy. But tomorrow, I could probably get hit by a bus. Like, no one knows if I'm going to be covered or not, or if I'm not. And people have to worry about that every single day. Average working Americans have to worry about that shit. Other countries don't have to deal with this. This isn't an issue that it's like we have to big brain this shit and be like, oh, what is gonna be the solution? It's like, no, dude. Other countries have already figured this out long before us. And the United States is being left behind. And they're acting like this because of money. That is the only reason why. That's the only thing holding us back is money. We are the wealthiest country on the planet. And people in government are still worrying about money. It is fucking crazy to me how these people put the money, how people put cost and money and fucking how they just put the cost of money into everything. And they put they put in consideration a profit that goes back to them. And all they could think about is money. Money, 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 money. Literally Mr. Krabs. Alright? Literally Mr. Krabs. And that's fucking crazy. That you're putting money above people. You're putting this fucking paper ass shit with print on it over the lives and well-being of people in this country. And I don't give a shit if they're Republican, Democrat, or if they're apolitical. I don't care. You deserve to have your health care covered. I don't care. Everyone does. Alright, I already spent like a hot minute on this, so I'm gonna stop. I'm done with this. I'll talk about it again if it comes up. Alright, but I'm done with that. We're gonna move on to more heavy stuff, okay? As if it hasn't already been fucking heavy already. We have a couple more stories to go. Alright, buckle in. We're not done yet. Okay, we're gonna talk about George Floyd. This was the update I saw on George Floyd, and we're gonna cover it, okay? This came out, I believe, today or yesterday, okay? Judge postpones trial for three ex-cops charged in George Floyd's death. All three officers, in addition to Derek Chauvin, had been indicted on federal charges alleging they violated Floyd's civil rights. Judge Peter Cahill said he changed the date so the federal case can go forward first. Okay, let's see what this is. I don't see a lot of people talking about this, so we're going to cover it, okay? Okay, Minneapolis. The trial of three former Minneapolis police officers charged in aiding and abetting the death of George Floyd will be pushed back to March 2022. My bad, 2022. Bro, everything is being pushed to 2022. What the fuck? A judge ruled Thursday. Okay, Thomas Lane J. Alexander, I'm not reading that last name, and blah blah. Okay, these are the three officers, okay, that also killed George Floyd, if you don't know who these people are. Were scheduled to face trial August 23rd on charges they aided and abetted both murder and manslaughter. The officer's co-defendant, Derek Chauvin, has already been convicted of murder charges and manslaughter of murders and manslaughter counts. We already covered this. Everyone fucking knew about it. All four officers face federal charges and allege they violated Floyd's civil rights during this May 25th arrest. Peter, Cahill said he changed the date so the federal case can move forward first. He said he felt the need to put some distance between the three officers. What? And they're trying to publicity around the case. Dude. Oh my god. Okay, bro. Well, guess what, bitch? I'm covering it, so you fucking failed. The news and trial also being pushed back came during a Thursday hearing on pre-trial motions. Defense attorney for all the three former officers agreed to the postponement. The state, via Assistant Attorney General Matthew Frank, did not support the delay. He made it clear on Thursday's motions hearing who originally sought the charge. Cahill also waived Thursday a request prosecutors to be sanctioned after media reports Chauvin had planned to plead guilty a year ago and alleged they had disclosed information about alleging hear her and a witness. Attorney for Lane said they want the court to require prosecuting attorneys to submit under oath and that they aren't responsible for the leak of media. And finally, Wednesday, blah blah's attorney alleged to that blah blah happening. What does that say? Hennepin County medical examiner was coherent to conclude a neck expand. What the expression? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, Attorney General Keith Ellison, whose office is prosecuting the officer, said said allegations. Okay. Allegations the officers were involved in the leak are false. One officer also immediately commented on the allegation of blah blah. Spokeswoman, the medical examiner said they do not that they could not comment due to the pending case. Okay, Chauvin, who was seen in widely viewed bystander video pressing the knee on the neck as a black man said he couldn't breathe, was convicted in April of second-degree unintentional murder, third-degree murder, and manslaughter. He'd also be sentenced to June 25th. Yeah. The three former officers waived their rights to appear at Thursday's hearing. The trial was separated from Chauvin to comply with the COVID-19 courtroom spacing restrictions. Okay, Paul, whatever the fucking name is, his attorney said in a court filing Wednesday that Baker initially said there were no physical evidence that Floyd died of asphyxiation. Are you fucking stupid, you dumbass? Yes, there is, and there's fucking video evidence. Get the fuck out of my face. But after talking twice about Mr. Roger Michel, former medical examiner in Washington, Baker amended his findings to include a neck compression. Okay. You know what's crazy to me? America is so fucked up. People have to debate the evidence of whether or not George Floyd died because of suffocation. When there's literal fucking witnesses and literal video evidence of it happening. It does not take a genius to understand that. Are you fucking stupid? Bro, okay, I need to chill the fuck out. Okay. He said in the court filing that when the conversations, Michelle and Baker also told him he was in evidence. Okay, blah, blah, find autopsy. This is so fucking stupid. Okay, the universe did not immediately respond to the phone messages at the department for hours. Okay. Okay, also see criticism. A key defense witness, Chauvin, who testified that the former officer was not responsible for Floyd's death. A letter signed by 431 doctors around the country. Okay, the merit says, blah, 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 blah. Bro, the fact that people have to go to these lengths is fucking insane to me. Maryland officials then announced they would review all in-custody death reports during the Floyd's, okay, blah, 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 blah. Last month, okay, what the fuck is this? There's a large team of forensic pathologists with a layer of supervision, and those medical examiners always did tremendous work. Okay, why do I care about this? Such accusations had chilling effect on his ability to medical experts unafraid to testify on his behalf. He said prosecutors have yet to give the defense evidence about Michelle's actions. He's saying that the case against her would be dismissed. Okay, also said in a court filing in February that he wants to order a sanctuary of the state its rule directly or indirectly to the leaking of highly prejudicial information related to the potential plea agreements of co-defendants. The New York Times reported on February 10th that Chauvin was ready to plead guilty to a third-degree murder charge last year, but then Attorney General Williams rejected that agreement. Oh, yeah. The Associated Press published a Shimbo report next day, citing two law enforcement officials with direct knowledge of the talks. Okay, alleged that the leaks came from the state and asked that anyone who did the barred from participation in the trial. Okay. Earlier said completely false and outlandish attempt to disparage the prosecution. Earl Gray, Lane's attorney, had a motion asking Judge Peter Cahill to compel the state disclosure of all use of force reports over the past 50 years in which Minneapolis police officer used of force on another officer, interpretably, verbally, or physically. Gray said it's necessary to show the jury that no such intervention has been made in the past 50 years. Okay, blah, blah. Okay, this is all bullshit. Okay. Expert testimony about the duty of officers intervene. Okay. Prosecutors have said the request should be denied. They've noted that the department policy requires officers to intervene when excessive force is used. Yeah, no fucking shit, dude. If I'm walking down the street and I see an officer fucking beating the shit out of somebody, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna say something. Okay? And say, but has a short testimony. Look, here's the thing. It is a police officer's responsibility to care and protect and serve the community. These officers did not do that. They literally stood by while their fucking co-worker killed somebody and did nothing about it. And they didn't care and they participated in the killing. So that's murder too. It doesn't take a genius to understand this shit, dude. It doesn't. It really doesn't. I'm not even using 100% of my brain and I understand that, okay? It's common sense. I thought, okay, I'm not, okay, this is the update. Basically, they postponed it to 2022. Again, cases in law enforcement stuff always take a long time, so this isn't surprising, but this is the only update that I've gotten thus far on George Floyd. Here's your update. Again, if more updates come up, obviously I'm going to cover it, but for now, I'm done with this. Reading this just exhausted me. Reading this made me so tired. I'm not even fucking lying. We're moving away from this now. But we're going to stay on the topic of police brutality because that is a thing that is very present in our country, so we're going to stay on that. San Diego police launches investigation after officers seen repeatedly punching black man during arrest. A witness recorded the struggle between a police and a man she says is homeless and was accused of public urination. Alright, so here's the video. So, fucking new police brutality case just dropped. Fucking, so many of these happen. Oh, okay, let's watch it. Okay, the video appears to show San Diego police officers repeatedly hitting a man while trying to detain him. And this isn't new, by the way. Police officers always do this.
Stop!
Police say that officers witnesses the man urinating in public and said he would not comply with their commands. Bro, he was pissing in public. Leave him the fuck alone. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Okay, the man was described as homeless by the person who posted the video. Bro, if you don't tase him, why the fuck are you beating the shit out of him with your fist for? Just tase him. Bring him down. Dude, what the fuck is... And they shouldn't even have... Okay, I need the full story before I say something. Okay, the man was arrested for resisting arrest and battery on an officer. The incident is under investigation. Okay. Okay, so that's the video. That's where the video cuts off there. Alright, got it. Let's read this. I'm not gonna say anything yet. Let me fucking read it first before I say my thoughts, alright? San Diego police have said they launched an internal investigation of the two officers who were recorded on video repeatedly punching a man during an arrest this week. Keep in mind, shit like this happens all the time. It happens almost every single day in the United States of America. It's just that now more people are recording it. That's why people are talking about it, because people are recording it and posting it to the fucking internet for everyone to see. That is the only reason why. But other than that, this shit has been happening forever, okay? The witness who recorded the incident on Wednesday said she recognized the man being hit in the head and legs as harmless. Neighborhood vagrant. She said she couldn't believe what was happening. What happened after the officers investigated the man whom they accused of urinating in public. I see him around all the time. He's harmless. He's just homeless. The woman, Nicole Benisol, 34 years old, of La Jolla, said, I think Jala or Hala, I think that's La Jolla, said Thursday. He's very easy to recognize because he's always had a big orange vest, life vest on. Okay, police spokesman or Lieutenant Sean Takuchi, I don't know how to read that, said Thursday that the Initial Affairs Unit is investigating the reviewing body camera video of the incident, which began about 9 a.m. when officers on patrol witnessed the man urinating in public. They then tried to speak to the man. Police declined to name the man or say whether he is homeless. Bro, you're just gonna roll up on somebody pissing? Like, bro, I don't understand. I don't understand the police's. Bro, they were so bored. They were like, dude, let's press this guy peeing. The man would not stop to speak with the officers, therefore an officer held the man to detain him. Bitch, that's not a good fucking excuse. Just because a person you're trying to investigate is ignoring you doesn't mean you could just start beating the shit out of him. What the fuck is this take? Oh my god. He said in his statement, despite the officers repeatedly telling the man to stop resisting, the man would not comply. One of the officers struck the man several times. Why do you think he wasn't complying, dumbass? Because he's mentally ill and he's homeless. What the fuck is wrong with you? Put 2 and 2 together. It does not take much of brain power to do that. The man was taken into custody and taken to a hospital, police said. Show me the medical records. Once he was released from the hospital, he was booked on charges of resisting arrest and battery of a police officer. The officers have not been publicly identified. Bensel, when she saw the 2 officers get out of the police cruiser and approach the man who was black, she said she grew uneasy, took out her cell phone, and recorded the encounter for more than 4 minutes from the driver's seat. They did not try to de-escalate. If they had just approached the situation calmly and tried to de-escalate, we wouldn't be here, she said. The man didn't go out to take those guys down. The cops went there with the intention to take them down, and the result, fight was ensured. The fight is what Okay. In Bensal's video, an officer in the front appears to be holding a stun gun, while the second officer grabs the man's arm from behind. The man who has a vest around his neck appears to flinch at the officer he's facing, while the officer almost simultaneously holsters a weapon. Bro, look, I know this is fucked up to say, but thank God these officers didn't just pull out their gun and shoot him. Look, and it's sad that I have to fucking say that. Thank God these officers did not immediately just pull out their gun and shoot him. Because look, we've seen cases where they fucking do that, alright? So that's not that crazy for me to say. The officer then lunges at the man and struggle ensues. Okay, the video shows the officer punches the man in the face and the head at least 3 times. The same officer also strikes him with his forearm. The second officer punches the man in the legs about half a dozen times. Officers are heard repeatedly yelling, "Stop resisting," and "Put your hands behind your back." Dude, did you even tell him what the fuck he was being arrested for? Did you say, "You're being detained now, you're being arrested, fucking get down on the ground"? They didn't say any of that first. They just straight up was just like, yeah, we're gonna beat the shit out of you now. Stop resisting. It's like, bro, did you even tell him he was being detained? Did you give him a reason why he was being arrested? Oh yeah, for pissing in public? What the fuck? The guy's homeless. Where else is he supposed to fucking take a piss at? In your fucking police cruiser? The man appears to punch the officer in the face and attempts the second punch but misses. He also yanks an item off the officer's belt and tosses it. Yeah, it was the walkie-talkie. I saw that fly. In the video, I might show you. The struggle among the men lasted about 2 minutes and 45 seconds before 2 more officers arrived to help with the arrest. The video shows. I didn't see that in the video, but whatever. The San Diego Police de-escalation policy institute/June requires officers to try and establish an effective line of communication while taking into account factors like age, medical or physical condition, known or preserved disabilities, including mental illnesses. Yeah, and they obviously failed to fucking follow their own policy. These officers failed to follow their own policy, dude. If I see some bootlickers try to come for me, shut the fuck up. These officers failed to even follow their own fucking policy. What the fuck is wrong with you? Rizzo says she witness shook her head and amounted to criminalizing homelessness. When she stopped recording, she called for her husband for support. These people are meant to serve and protect our community. They have a right to also serve and protect that man. He's a member of the community, Bensal said. Nah, bro, that's where you're wrong. Remember, homeless people aren't people. If you see homeless people as human beings, you're dumb. Alright? That's what these people follow by. Alright? I've lost a lot of faith in the police as I see videos on social media, but I never thought I would be on the receiving end of witnessing something like this. Yeah. Again, this shit happens all the time. It could be you. It could be you right now. It could be you who witnesses a fucking shit like this tomorrow. This happens all the time, alright? It's fucking gross. Let me see if there's more news on this. I kind of want to touch on this again. Hold on. Okay, let me see if there's any news about this. Blah, blah, blah. Fucking Yahoo News, dude. What the fuck? Call to release body camera. This. Show me this shit. I want to see the body camera footage. I want to hear the dispatch. No. I want to see the body camera footage. What is this? Where the fuck is that sound coming from? What the fuck? Bro, where's that sound? Oh, that's from my fucking music. I'm such a dumbass. I thought that was coming from the video because we're talking about cops. It's just my fucking... It's just my music. Yeah, I'm kind of stupid. We all know that though. I never claimed to be smart. San Diego police called on to release body-worn camera footage, video of homeless man's arrest in La Jolla. Okay, a local civil rights activist called on the San Diego Department Friday to immediately release a video from the uniform-worn cameras on a pair of officers seen on a witness video who tackled and repeatedly punched a homeless man later this week in La Jolla throughout. They're fair prompting community outrage. Yeah, so this was today. These activists were like, "Give us the body camera, bitch!" Like I just said that too. What the fuck? Okay, Shane Harris, a president of the People's Association of Justice Advocates, also demanded the dispatch of the police and radio records related to the arrest of 34-year-old Jesse Evans. Okay, this is the guy's name. Images of which were captured on the video by the bystander posted on social media be made public. I saw on the video that everyone saw a black man being brutalized, being treated like he wasn't human, being treated unjustly just 2 days ago. Harris said during a news conference near the site of the scuffle, which resulted in no serious injuries. Alright, thank God. Fuck. I'm surprised these officers didn't fucking kill him. I'm surprised they didn't take his life. And I am not crazy for thinking that. That's a very logical thing to believe, considering the state of which our police departments are in this country. The San Diego Police Department also announced an initial investigation into the arrest. According to the SDPD officials, the two officers whose names have not been released yet, release the names, cowards! Release the fucking names! Contacted Evans in the, block. Okay, about 9 a.m. was the after relieving himself outdoors. Yeah, he was taking a piss, dude. Imagine getting beaten up and arrested because you're taking a piss outside. What the fuck? Friday morning, Evans denied publicly urinating in the coastal neighborhood near Scripps Institution, oceanography, though he admitted he was preparing to when officers approached. Okay, so Evans is saying the black guy, this guy, alright, I want you to understand who I'm talking about. Okay, the guy who's being arrested, the victim, he's saying that he wasn't even doing it yet, but he was about to. Alright. I don't know what that adds to the story, but whatever. Saying he forgave the officers for what happened. Evans, who had a bandage over his left eye and a hospital bracelet on his wrist, spoke of the need for better relations between police and the homeless population. What a nice guy. Alright, look, look, what a fucking nice... Bro, you know how many people would be like, nah, dude, fuck those police officers, they're pieces of shit. This guy's like, nah, I forgive them for beating the fuck out of me. All he wants is a better relationship between police and the homeless population. Is that too much to ask for? Yes, because that requires police officers to have common human decency. I hope that I'm the last victim of such nonsense, he said. I hope that we can hire reasonable individuals to look after us and protect us and serve us and to serve our greater good in a better way, represent us in a better way, in a better community as a nation. Bro, what the fuck? Show me the video of this man saying this, dude. I cannot believe what's coming out of his mouth. Look, I'm not mad at him. I'm actually proud of him for having the courage to be like, yeah, I forgive the officers who brutally beat the fuck out of me. It's a good thing, I guess. For their part, the SDPD officers contacted Evans, alleged refusal to cooperate with the police to a scuffle. Evans would not stop to speak with the officers. Therefore, an officer held the man to detain. Yeah, that's not a good fucking excuse, dumbass. I already said that though. The witness cell phone video shows the officers grabbing Evans and wrestling him to the ground during an ensuing struggle. One of the patrolmen can be seen hitting in the face. Yeah, we already saw this. Okay. After the personnel finally got Evans into custody, he was taken to the hospital for evaluation, then booked into the county jail with suspicion of resisting arrest and battery. Okay. And the House Department investigating. Okay, blah blah. Currently investigation. Okay, yeah, we do. Okay, what? Body worn camera video. Yeah, dude, release it. The cell phone. Okay, we already saw this. Blah blah. We have made aware of the disturbing incident. We have been made aware of a disturbing incident involving the brutal handling of a member of our community. Francine Maxwell said of the president of San Diego branch of the civil rights organization, who wrote a letter to the CPD chief David Disliet. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. We are deeply saddened and angered to see the San Diego Police Department act with such violence against someone who presented no apparent risk to anyone. During the news conference held with Evans, Harris referred repeatedly to George Floyd case, saying that if the SDPD does not root for the next Derek Chauvin now, we will be the next Minneapolis, Minnesota, on national TV and international cameras in our city because the mayor, the police chief, and the city's regional leaders failed to take action. Exactly. Look, it's nice and all that Evans, the victim, that he forgave them, and that's cute and everything, and that's nice and all, but that doesn't mean that these police officers should not be held accountable. They need to be held accountable. This shit cannot happen again. Alright? We cannot have more corrupt fucking police officers being loose and on the streets. Are you fucking stupid? This doesn't mean that they're suddenly good. Okay, dude, you get a check. You get a free out of accountability card. You get this privilege. You're good now. No. These people need to be fired. Alright? That's what needs to fucking happen. But guess what? It's not gonna happen. Why? Because our police system is fucking unjust, unfair, and stupid. Alright? And I know people are gonna come for me. They're gonna be like, you don't support police officers. Look, of course I support the police officers, dumbass. Of course I love and support the police departments in our country. Not all of them. Of course not. Because there's a good fucking handful, not a couple of bad apples, dumb bitch. No, I'm talking about there's a good fucking handful of corrupt police officers in our fucking country. Especially for the place that I live in LA. Alright? There's plenty of corrupt police officers and we need to fix it. I care enough about the police department to want to fight and advocate to change it. I'm not saying defund the police or get rid of the police in general, because I think that's kind of dumb to say. I'm not saying that, fucking idiot. For the people that are going to try to come for me, and I have had people try to come for me to say that I'm anti-police or some shit. Alright, listen, dumbass. That's not what the fuck I'm saying, you fucking idiot. What I'm saying is we need to change it. We need to change it for the better so that people in our country could walk down the street and say hi to our police officers confidently without fearing for their fucking life. That is the problem. In other countries, I'm pretty sure the citizens there don't fear the police officers, afraid that they're going to get killed. That is only an American thing that's happening, and it should not be happening. I don't want people to be scared of police officers. Alright? I'm tired of people trying to say that I'm anti-police or something. Like, suck my dick. Shut the fuck up. That is not what I'm fucking saying. If you cannot grasp my fucking take, you can't understand what I'm saying, you're dumb. I broke down my stances for people countless times, and they still refuse to understand it because they're stubborn. And that's your fault. That's not mine. So don't fucking come for me. Alright, I just gotta defend myself. Alright, I'm tired. It's fucking incredibly exhausting. Whatever. We're going to continue reading this. I'm sorry. I kind of got out of pocket there. I apologize. But whatever. Harris vowed to fight to pluck out the next Derek Chauvin in our region. They keep talking about this ideological issue of police reform, he said, but I want to tell them today that if you don't get rid of the next Derek Chauvin, you are not doing any police reform. You are doing the opposite of police reform. Standing at the podium, set up next to the center of La Jolla Centric, and La Jolla village drivers, the local civil rights leader said he was not here to make assumptions about what happened. I'm here to say I saw it was concerning and I want the whole background story, he said. Yeah, dude, release the body camera footage. Do it. Do it. Again, for sure. I'm going to try to keep tabs on this and I'm going to try to keep my eye open for this and follow it. But for now, I'm done with this. I'm done talking about it. Alright, we're going to move on to COVID. We are moving on to COVID-19, specifically right now in India. India is going through a crisis. I've been covering this for days now. I've been covering this for a while. So, what the fuck is going on in my... Hold on, guys. I gotta ban some people. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get the fuck out of here. Dumbass. Ban. Get banned. Fucking dumbass bitch. Okay, whatever. We're moving on. We're gonna talk about India. Alright? We're gonna be talking about the crisis that is happening in India. The COVID crisis. Alright? Indian variant. Second jabs could be brought towards to tackle rise. Okay. Let's see. I don't know what this is. Alright? Second vaccine doses could be brought forward and local restrictions introduced to help tackle the Indian variant in the worst affected areas, the UK government has said. Bro, this is so... Let me zoom in, bro. I am so fucking blind. I'm blind, dude. Let me just zoom in a bit. Okay, Minister Nadhim Zahawi, I don't know how to read that, said steps towards include vaccinating younger people in the multi-generational households. Meanwhile, a top scientist has warned lifting restrictions on 21st of June is the doubt because of the Indian variant. Cases in the UK have doubled more to over 1,000 public health. Bro, is this about England? What? Is this about India or fucking... Okay, whatever. Or is this about the UK, bruv? Okay, the figures released on Thursday have risen 200 to 520 cases recorded. Okay, most of the cases are in England, while there are 35 in Scotland, 12 in Northern Ireland, and 11 in Wales, according to the PHE. Damn, fucking Ireland and Scotland are doing fucking good. Must be nice. However, Prof. Paul Hunter, who sits on the chamber in the COVID advisory committees for the World Health, for the World Health Organization, said current figures were around 2 weeks out of date and would now be higher. Oh shit, never mind then. He told BBC Radio 4's today's program that the Indian variant is now the most regions in the UK, with the possible exception of the Yorkshire. Okay, so this is about the UK. I thought this was about India, dude. I mean, it kind of is, but I thought it was specifically about India. Whatever, I'm already reading it. More than 30% of cases are in London, followed by 25% of the northwest England, 12% in northern England, 10% in the Middle East, in the Midlands, and 8% in the southeast. Bro, I mean, are we surprised? Fucking the UK Prime Minister is fucking crazy. He's basically like another Donald Trump. For people who don't know, Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson! Right. I make myself laugh, right? I think I'm fucking hilarious. Even if you don't think so, I don't care. According to the Friday's government figures, a further 17 people have died in the UK within 28 days. A positive test and another 2,000 COVID cases have been recorded. The Department of Health and Social Care said there was no firm evidence yet to show the variant has any greater impact on severity of disease or invades the vaccine. But the experts believe it may be more transmissible. Of course it's more transmissible. What the fuck? That shit spreads like wildfire. And the department said the ministers could not rule out imposing local restrictions if they were necessary to supplement variant which vaccines are less effective against. Vaccines Minister what's your name? Mr. Kahawi said the government was also considering reducing the gap between vaccine doses for people in areas where the variant is spreading. He also added the pilots of vaccinating younger people in multi-generational household in Luton has been successful. Prof. Hunter said there was a possibility, a case for targeting vaccines in certain areas, but jabs took 2 weeks or 3 weeks to work. This would mean diverting doses for other areas, meaning where the Indian variant could also soon be spreading. He added that he thought it was more important to administer as many first doses as possible, then boost the number of second doses at this stage. Lockdown, easy in doubt. Okay. On Thursday, Prime Minister Boris Johnson said there was no evidence to suggest England's planned lockdown easing could not go ahead. Bro, UK accents are the fucking best to make fun of. Ooh, news come out. anti-UK. Okay. Okay, I need to stop. I need to be serious. I'm sorry. The next major easing of restrictions is due to take place on 17th of May. Is Boris Johnson okay? Is he stupid? So this motherfucker is basically like, yeah, dude, let's just ease restrictions even though there's an Indian variant in our fucking country. Let everyone get COVID. If you don't know who Boris Johnson is, this is him. This is their guy. This is your guy. This is the Prime Minister of England. Gives me hella Trumpy vibes. Alright? It's fucking great. Well, he's stupid, obviously. And I'm pretty sure the citizens of England don't like him either. I don't think anyone really likes him. Again, I don't know a lot about UK politics, alright? So if I get that wrong, well, there's nothing I can do about it. But Prof. Hunter said, step for the roadmap out of lockdown, which is due on the 21st of June. And we see all legal limits on social contract lifted. Is in no doubt. Currently, he said the Indian variant was spreading in younger, unvaccinated people. But if cases increases in the elderly, so would hospital admissions, putting pressure on the NHS. Okay, Mr. What does that say? Is Hawi? Bro, I keep mispronouncing that. I'm sorry. Said easing restrictions on the 21st of June depended on the government's forecast being met, including the vaccines continue to be effective and risks not fundamentally changed by new variants. Okay. Why could the Indian variant be a problem when the vaccination program is doing so well? What do you mean? That's such a dumb question. Alright, the issues that we are only past way through, blah blah, most risks be prioritized. There's still debate on how transmittable the new variant is. Bitch, very transmittable. There's your fucking answer. But modeling by the University of Warwick has estimated that a 30 to 40% more transmissible variant combined with the relaxing restrictions in May and June could lead to more hospital admissions in the first wave. There's your fucking answer, Boris Johnson. Now put your fucking country on lockdown. Not put it on lockdown, but like, don't ease COVID restrictions, dummy. Okay. It could be a very different situation if we see in autumn when overall levels of immunity would be making it harder for the virus to spread. Instead, we are in the duplicate phase where restrictions are being eased and the vaccine is taking over the burden of suppressing the virus. One option being considered is the closing gap between the first and second doses. This would give vulnerable people who have already been offered the first jab extra protection more quickly. Why are they saying jab? Is that like a British thing? Or they're just jab means shot, right? Yeah, it means shot, dumbass. Of course, I'm a fucking idiot. Of course, it means jab, but it's weird how they say jab. Jab. Okay, bro, I love clowning on British people. I'm sorry, it's too easy. It's funny. All right, don't cancel me, please. Never mind, I don't care. However, there would be a trade-off, and studies suggest that current 12-week gap between doses leads to a better immune response than originally planned 3-week cap. Okay, this is so long, bro. I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of boring. Okay, asked whether local lockdowns were being considered, Mr. Kahawi said nothing was off the table, including further regional or national measures. However, he said the surge testing was the most effective way in dealing with the variants. Okay, surge testing is already taking place in 15 areas across England, including Bolton, Blackburn, London, Sefton, and Nottingham. Bro, why does their country sound like... Never mind, I'm not gonna... nah. This is where increasing testing enhanced contract tracing is carried out in specific locations, trying to prevent the spread of outbreaks. Okay, Greater Manchester's Labour Mayor Andy Burham told BBC Breakfast local lockdowns can't be the answer and urged ministers to deliver more vaccines to areas where the rates are the highest. Bro, have you ever thought about lockdowns and vaccines? Not even lockdowns, just more restrictions, dude. The Conservative leader of Bolton Council, David Greenhalgh, whatever how you pronounce that name, also appealed to the government not to enforce local lockdowns, saying people would simply travel to pubs and restaurants in neighboring areas. Oh yeah, I heard a while ago that Boris Johnson, he fucking opened up pubs and shit. What a fucking dummy. How about you close down restaurants and you close down pubs and you close all of it? You don't lock down people, but you close areas that attract large crowds, and then you do a heavy slam on the vaccine. How about you do that? But no, that's not gonna happen because they already have everything open over there, which is stupid, but whatever. He said he also asked the health secretary for more sources in vaccines, including for younger people, to tackle the surge. Are they struggling at all to get more vaccines? Is like money a problem or no? I don't know. Okay, Greenhalgh said talks on the introduction of vaccines to younger people groups had a very constructive, and all the surroundings were that the government was looking to progress this as soon as possible. The PHE said mobile testing units have set up in Bolton, and the door-to-door PCR testing has been offered to 22,000 residents. A PCR test is the most accurate way to check for COVID. Okay, I get why they're checking. I was about to say some dumb shit. More doses have been delivered into towns, which has also set up a vaccine bus to increase uptake among those who are eligible. Extra clinics will be open in Blackburn and Darwin, what does that say? Lanarkshire? Bro, I cannot read. From next week to offer the vaccine to those who are eligible under the national guidelines. Okay, but the area's public health director, Prof. Dominic Harrison, said he was furious that the government had refused to request to extend vaccinations in Blackburn. I wonder why. On Thursday, the council initially said all over 18s would be offered a jab, before later stating those with only underlying conditions could book an appointment. Interesting. Meanwhile, the R number and reproductive numbers in England is estimated to rise slightly from between 0.8 to 1.0 to between, blah, blah, according to the government scientific group. If the R number is above, the numbers of cases keep rising. Is that it? Alright. So this wasn't about India. This is about the UK. My apologies if I misled you. But I didn't know. I mean, fuck. All I'm going to say is the UK doesn't seem like it's in a good place right now, which is unfortunate. And, they have a weirdo as a prime minister, so I can't really blame them. Nothing I can say about this. I don't really have any thoughts about it. I just like making fun of British people. It's funny to me. Alright, whatever. This is it. This is your news on the UK, I guess. I never really covered the UK before. I guess this was my first time. Oh, fuck, my dumbass. I should have looked right here. It clearly says UK. UK, bruv. Okay, we're gonna move away from this. We're gonna move on to the United States, baby. New COVID-19 fucking laws just dropped, baby. We're gonna look into this. New CDC guidelines just dropped. Okay, this is for the U.S., so everyone else who is not in the U.S., get out of here. No, just kidding. Okay, COVID-19 CDC guidelines prompts caution in some states. Since many states led by Republicans have already eased masking rules, reactions are more obvious in Democratic-led states. The U.S. began the world's first mass inoculation effort in 12 to 15-year-olds, underscoring the widening gulf, global access to shots. All right, here we go, baby. Oh yeah, these are the new what? Yeah, some states lift mask mandates for vaccinated people. The way I fucking stutter and the way I mispronounce words every single time on stream is so infuriating. Bro, I fucking hate myself. Listen, if you're somebody who doesn't like me and you hate myself, don't worry. I already hate myself way more than you'll ever fucking hate me. Okay? I know all of my pet peeves and you don't. So no need to hate me. I already do that myself, alright? Okay, what is this? Okay, I'm not reading that. As federal health officials on Thursday cleared the way for Americans who are fully vaccinated against coronavirus to drop mask wearing in most situations, some states lifted mask mandates while others took a more cautious approach. We have all longed for this moment. Dr. Rachel P. Walensky, the director of the CDC, said at the White House news conference on Thursday, "If you are fully vaccinated, you can start doing the things you had stopped doing because of the pandemic." Most of the state officials who already responded to the shift were Democrats. Half of the country's governors, most of them Republicans, had already lifted mask mandates in some form. Yeah, no shit. But whatever. You know what? Right now, let me repeat myself. Right now, if Republican officials are lifting mask mandates and stuff, I still don't think that's right. Because this is only for vaccinated people. Only for vaccinated people. But if their businesses and stuff in their states are basically saying, no, only people who are vaccinated cannot wear masks, then that's fine. Of course. Okay, on Thursday, governors of New York, New Jersey, North Carolina, and Virginia, and the mayors of New York City and Washington, all Democrats said they were taking the new guidance from the CDC under advisement before adopting it, as did the governor of Massachusetts, a Republican. In diverse to the local authorities, the CDC said vaccinated people must continue to abide by existing state, local, or tribal laws and regulations and follow rules for businesses and workplaces. Governor Gavin Newsom, my dumbass. Okay, Governor Andrew M. Cuomo of New York said that the state has always relied on the facts and the science to guide us out of the worst of this pandemic. Okay, and said he would review the new federal guidelines with the state health department and the health experts in the neighboring states. Mayor Bill de Blasio of New York City called the shift in guidance a monumental day in the fight against COVID, but said the city would be reviewing the new rules, as masks will be important for schools, public transportation, doctors' offices, and more. The message is clear. Vaccines are the way to bring our city, our lives back. I mean, yeah, it doesn't take a genius to understand that. I mean, again, if you're not vaccinated, what the fuck are you doing? Go get vaccinated, baby. Go get vaccinated. And I know Uber and Lyft. Hold on, let me see. Give me a second. I know Uber and Lyft are doing this thing right now. Uber, Lyft, vaccine. Let me help you all out real fast. Where is it? Y'all see what I'm typing? Okay. So, let me see this. I never read this. Okay. This is from Lyft.com. Millions of people can't get the vaccine. Let's pick them up. So, look, listen. We'll read this and I'll explain it to you. I'm pretty sure Getting access to a vaccine is a struggle for many, and we all wish there was more we could do to help loved ones. To do our part, Lyft is mobilizing partners and community members to help provide access to 60 million rides to and from vaccine appointments. If you want to help someone you know get their shot, you could book a ride and pick them up. Okay, let me see what this is. Again, I'm doing this so I could help you guys get your vaccines, okay? Because you probably haven't heard about this, but I'm pretty sure most people have. Lyft provides new tools to help families and loved ones get vaccine appointments. Okay. Blah, blah. Okay. Right, so, okay, well, let's read this. COVID-19 has left many people physically separated from each other by distance and health precautions, making it harder for their loved ones to receive care and attention they need. And in many cases, transportation continues to be a barrier for people to make essential trips, like picking up groceries, getting to a care facility for a vaccine, or non-emergency medical attention. Today, riders nationwide can utilize rides for others to immediately help their loved ones make it to necessary appointments, whether assisting a parent or grandparent to their first vaccine appointment or ensuring they can get back from a pickup. Bro, by the way, if you hear little kids screaming in the fucking background, I am so sorry. My neighbor's kids are very loud. But I can't be too mad. They're just kids being kids, so I can't get too upset. Or whatever. Just if you hear them yelling, I'm sorry. Both of the ride requesters and the driver have full access to real-time trip details. In the coming months, the new Lyft Family tool will make it easier for families to ride when they need to, share essential ride information, and keep track of ride expenses all in one place. Rides for others. Okay, blah 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 blah. Here's how to okay. So you guys get it, right? You guys get it. You get it. Yeah, you get it. Wait, what? Vaccines for all and now take free rides to anyone getting a shot. Ooh, baby! I didn't know this. You thought it was over, huh, bitch? So I guess if you have the vaccines, you can get a ride. Wait, is it what I think it is? Today we announced we're stepping Americans soon. Going to get their shot. Yeah, you get it, what I'm saying, right? So if you want to get your shot, Uber and Lyft are both gonna offer free rides to anybody who's gonna go get the vaccine. They will drive you there for free. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. In North Carolina, okay, we're moving away from I'll probably look back at it, okay? In North Carolina, a spokeswoman for Governor Roy Cooper echoed that idea, but said the same indoor mask mandate would remain in effect while state health officials reviewed the recommendations. The Los Angeles County Department of Health said the county and state will review the recommendations in order to make sensible adjustments. On Wednesday, Governor Gavin Newsom of California said the state would eliminate its outdoor mask mandates on June 15th when the state plans to fully reopen. So that's tomorrow. Wait, no, it's not. I'm in May. My dumbass. That's next month. My bad. I don't know what made my brain think that we were in fucking June, but we're in May. My bad. So next month, on the 15th, is when, at least for people in California, this is going to happen, alright? After the CDC's new guidelines was announced, at least 7 states led by Democrats began to lift mask mandates. Connecticut, Illinois, Kentucky, Minnesota, Nevada, Oregon, and Pennsylvania began to adjust their mask-wearing guidelines. Their mask-wearing guidance, my bad. Governor Gandhi Bashir of Kentucky called the CDC's announcement the news we've all been waiting for. In a recorded video, Mr. Bashir could be there, said there were hundreds of thousands of available vaccine appointments and encouraged all state residents to take advantage of them. If you get vaccinated, the CDC says it's safe to take the mask off. Bro, fucking, okay, I'll keep my comments to myself. In Washington State, Governor Jay Inslee, who usually wore a mask while speaking at his news conferences, began his gathering on Thursday by removing it. He said the state was immediately incorporating the new federal guidance on mask wearing. This is a heck of a benefit for people who have been annoyed by the mask, he said. This is a really good reason to get vaccinated. The shot is a ticket to freedom from masks. Bro, I don't like the way he worded that. But whatever, I'm not going to be too picky. Alright, the news policy seemed to catch many retailers and their workers by surprise. Macy's, Target, And the Gap said they were still reviewing the new guidance, while Home Depot said it had no plans to change its current rules by requiring customers and workers to wear masks in stores. Again, look, guidelines by the CDC can be changed all they want, but at the end of the day, it is up to private companies to decide whether or not they want to follow those rules. To follow easing mask mandating rules, specifically for that. The United Food and Commercial Workers Union, representing thousands of grocery store workers, criticized the CDC for failing to consider how the new policy would impact workers who have to deal with customers who are not vaccinated. I mean, yeah, that's very true. Millions of Americans are doing the right thing and getting vaccinated, but essential workers are still forced to play mask police for shoppers who are unvaccinated and refuse to follow local COVID safety measures. The union's president, Mark Perrone, said in a statement, how are they supposed to become how are they not supposed to become the vaccination police? How are they not supposed to become the vaccination police? I don't know what to tell you. See, this is why essential workers need to be paid more. This is why we need to raise the minimum wage and get people paid more. But I'm not going to get into that battle right now. That's for another day. The Retail Leaders Industry Association, a trade group, said that guys, don't make fun of my stutter. It's a new insecurity that I'm starting to have. It's just dawning on me now. Please don't make fun of my stutter. Okay. The Retail Leaders Industry Association, a trade group, said that the policy complicated matters in states that have mask mandates in place that retailers must follow. These conflicting positions put retailers and their employees in incredibly difficult situations, the group said in a statement. The Americans who are fully vaccinated against the virus may stop wearing masks or maintaining social distance in indoors and outdoor settings, regardless of size. Was a sharp turnabout for federal health officials. It also comes with even vaccinated individuals must cover their face and physically social distance when going to the doctors, hospitals, or long-term care facilities for nursing homes, when traveling by bus, plane, train, or other models of public transportation, or while in transportation hubs like airports or bus stations, and in congregate settings such as homeless shelters, as well as prisons or jails. At the White House news conference on Thursday, Mr. Walensky, the CDC director, warned the unexpected twist in the pandemic could require the agency to amend the guidance. Okay, she defended the timing of the new mask guidance, pointing to the steep drop in coronavirus cases, which have dropped by about a third in the last 2 weeks, and sustained increase of supply of vaccines. Some fully vaccinated people have been infected with the coronavirus. Mr. Walensky said that to any of those who develop symptoms could still use masks and get tested, she said. Again, guys, I know it's exhausting. And it's tiring to hear news about now the CDC says this, and then this scientist said this. I know it's exhausting, and I know it could be a burden to some people. But just hold on, dude. Again, okay, progress is being made. Let the scientists do their thing. Do your fucking part. Do your part. Get a vaccine. Wear a mask. Wash your hands. Social distance. Still do all of those things, okay? But like I said, I say it almost every stream. Hold on. We are almost out of this fucking garbage situation that we're in. And our country is actually doing very well. The United States, compared to other countries, is actually doing very well, especially in terms of vaccine distribution. So feel good about that. Alright? And continue to do your part. Asked how new guidance might apply to businesses, schools, she said that the CDC was working to rapidly issue new recommendations soon for specific settings, including the summer camps and travel. Okay, the move could raise alarms among the more cautious Americans who may be more reluctant to engage in public activities when the people are unmasked. There is no way to know who is vaccinated and who is not, and the majority of the population is not yet vaccinated. Mr. Wazowski added, the immunocompromised people who have fully developed vaccine should consider their physicians before requisitioning a face mask. Still, the changes are likely. Okay, how long is this? No. 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 Oh my god, is it actually this long? No. No. I am not reading all that. There's no fucking way. Look, I'm gonna skip a bunch of this part because I just realized how fucking long this shit is. I am gonna scan this and see the important part and I'll read it to you. If you want to read this to yourself in your own time and you want to read the entire thing, feel free to do so. But I am not about to sit here and read this entire fucking thing. I didn't realize this was this long. Okay, please treat them with kindness and respect, he said. We've had too much conflict, too much bitterness, too much anger, too much polarization of this issue about wearing masks. Let's put it to rest. Said by, who is this? Biden said that, right? I think Biden said that. I don't know. Okay. Okay, you know, the graph. Look at graph. Blah, blah. Okay, so vaccine, go without mask. I don't want to read everything. Let's see, mask mean. Alright, basically, if you're vaccinated now, basically restrictions are being loosened for you, okay? I'm done looking at this. Right? So, and again, Uber and Lyft are doing a thing where they'll take you to a vaccination site to get your vaccine at free of cost. So, keep a lookout for that. Do research yourself and look into it if you're interested in that. I would highly encourage you to do so, especially for people who don't have a car or don't want to take public transportation because they're scared of the virus. I completely understand that, but there are benefits that are going to come your way. Like I said, I'm going to repeat it. Uber and Lyft are doing a thing where they will take you free of cost to go get your vaccine to and back. Okay? And that should be coming soon. I'm not sure when, but if I have more information on Monday, I will for sure let you know. But we're going to move away from COVID for now. And we're going to move on. So, I saw this. And you might be wondering, this is not big news at all. Literally, I saw almost no one talking about this, but I want to talk about it because I feel like this deserves, this deserves more coverage. All right. Microfarms comes to South LA front yards bringing fresh produce to food. What did I say? Desserts? Okay, yeah. So you might be wondering, Scary, why the fuck do you give a shit about this? This is some local ass shit real political nerds would care about. And this is very local. So the reason why I care about this is because, well, I'm about to expose myself right now. I have a rule where I remain anonymous as much as I can, but I guess I'm allowed to share this because, alright, listen, long story short, I come from South LA. So everyone knows I live in Los Angeles, but right now I'm not going to say specifically where I am, but I used to live, and I lived for basically my entire life. I lived in South LA. I am from and lived in South Central LA for almost all of my life. It was only recently, a couple months ago, when I moved away from South LA. It hasn't even been a year since the last time I moved from South LA. So that is how recent I moved away from South LA. I'm not gonna say why, because that's my business. But I care about this because I'm from South LA. I know what it's like to live there. I know the environment. I used to live near Compton and Watts, so I know some people would call that the ghetto, but I'm not here to make South LA citizens feel less than. That's fucking disgusting if you do that. But anyway, I'm interested in this because it makes me happy. This actually, it genuinely makes me very happy to see this. I haven't read it, but we're going to read it right now. And this is mainly for me. If you don't care about this, I don't know. If you're watching this on YouTube or something, you can move away from it. I don't care. But I'm just reading this because I give a shit about it, alright? So we're going to look into it. Jemiah Hargens, what is that shit? Yeah, Jemiah Hargens knows the modest front yard at the corner of the corner of Andres Vista, blah blah, and Olympia Drive like the back of his hand. A military brat who grew up moving from one country to another, he has traversed the yard's 970 square feet countless times. He and a small team of volunteers spent a month cultivating the land, installing equipment, planting sloping rows of vegetables, including boy choy, kale, rainbow chard, red cherry tomatoes, basil, and chives. Bitch, I am so from South LA. I only know about half of what these are. Okay? It's enough to cause people in this View Park neighborhood, including their regular mailmen, to gawk at the lush green grass transformed into a mini farm. For a while, we thought it was just a typical landscaping job in View Park. We were curious when we saw just how much work was going into it. Okay, 40 years old, who lives in the neighborhood and watched the farm come to life during the walks with her children. Every day we just pass and see it evolve. There are many beautiful things to see in this neighborhood. By far, this is the most fascinating and most inspiring. Sex said she was inspired to adjust the backyard landscaping project she had begun months ago to include more green space and is now invested in making space for a micro farm. That's something Haggins, a 37-year-old with an easygoing but determined position of a youth minister, likes to hear. His Asante micro farm, named after a Swahili word meaning thank you. Okay, according to the USDA, large swaths of South LA suffer from low access to fresh food. This is true. Alright, listen, I'm gonna do my personal anecdotes, bitch. It is not easy. Look, if you live in South LA or you're from South LA, you understand. You get the struggle. You understand it. If you're not from South LA, it's not like it's not even if you're from LA, if you understand it, like, no, bitch. You have to be from South Central LA to understand. It is hard to get access to fresh food and shit. There are no big supermarkets. There's no fucking... What are those where are those, like, I'm sorry to say this, but what are those fucking grocery stores that white people go to? Like, what's that called? Trader Joe's or something? Or what's the other one called? I don't know. There's a couple of fucking grocery stores that a bunch of white people go to because it's organic or something. I don't know. I'm sorry if that's racist, but whatever. There's nothing like that in South LA. If you're from South LA, you know there's no such thing as that. There's no such thing that exists there. There's only small little Mexican markets or black-owned markets or liquor stores, or there's like a fucking numero uno down the street, or there's a Superior, or there's a Food for Less there, and that's all you get. The environment of South LA is very low income, and that's how the government and the district treats it, and it's unfair. And living there my entire life, it bothered me a lot. And when I moved from South LA, I was upset because I was like, what's going to happen to these people here? And seeing this makes me feel happy. I'm going to continue with my viewpoint. I just want to finish this, okay? It's a problem even in some socioeconomically better off neighborhoods. In View Park, a majority black neighborhood where households earned a median income of more than $92,000. Jesus. In 2019, the nearest grocery store is the Albertson, more than a mile away. Okay, some residents have reported by turning to the community gardens and mini markets. Others are building in small backyards. The farm at Los Angeles Vista and Olympiad is a neat hybrid of these approaches. The access of the microfarm is an example for the need of more innovative approaches to food sovereignty that are created for, by, and for, and within the communities that have been systemically and strategically excluded from the food production, said Persian King, agency relations manager at Food Forward, a nonprofit that brings fresh supplement fruits and vegetables to people experiencing food insecurity across Southern California. This is nothing but facts. Right? People from South, I'm speaking specifically from South LA, okay? There's nothing. There's literally nothing. And it's, because of things like the economy, and because people from South LA are oftentimes not wealthy. It's a poor community, hence why they don't offer us. They never offered us or there's hardly even restaurants there. That's how it is there, okay? There's no such thing as a grocery store there, a big grocery store chain there that is offered to the people of South LA, okay? It just doesn't exist. Okay, it's not a vegetable garden for private use, a large urban farm or community garden for a small group of green thumbs, rather are just design urban blah blah, front yard, rural estate people, used for decoration. Hargens wants to empower underserved communities while giving them access to fresh food by planting small sustainable farms a lot across LA. Everybody is entitled to the nutrition's benefits beneath their feet. That applies to people in apartment buildings or condos. He said, they have the right to have local food. Folks can have a different life. I'm hoping to show that it can be done. Listen. It's so, I don't know how to explain it because people who aren't from there don't understand. But considering the fact that I'm literally almost a native there, it's hard to explain it. It's hard to explain the environment, okay? Progress micro farm built a residential back front yard on the 4600 block of Los Angeles. Okay, the crops are being grown from nutritionist-rich sacks of compost, and the whole farm is supported by an irrigation system that has not only recycles water but uses 8% of water previously used for grass. The farm was built using part of the $50,000 LA 2050 grant from the Gold Hearst Foundation, but will sustain a subscription cost for $36 per month and $43 with delivery for what subscribers get a pound, a mix of greens and vegetables every week. It's good. Look, this is good. Look, the issue is that people in South LA cannot afford, do not have the money or the benefits. Cannot afford getting access to fresh food and nutritious foods and vegetables. Okay? In South LA, all we have are fucking fast food fast food chains like a bunch of McDonald's, a bunch of like Popeye's chicken, which I'm not complaining about. Bitch, I fucking love Popeye's. I used to always go there. Or used to go to like Church's Chicken or like Jack in the Box or something like that. There was never no Wendy's. There was never no fucking Jimmy John's, no Trader Joe's, none of that. We never had that. I never seen one before. Look, to this day, as I sit here, I have never seen a Jimmy John's before. I've never seen a Trader Joe's before. I've never seen those types of places before, but I know like a bunch of white people go there. I've never seen it before. Bitch, it was not that long ago before I seen a fucking Costco for the first time. There's a lot of things that I never seen before because I spent most of my life in South LA. There's a lot of things I haven't seen before. And it's hard to get access to these things, mainly because of location, and it's far as fuck, and because of financial issues, because people don't have the money. They don't have the money to get access to better nutrition, to get access to better nutritious foods. That's the problem. And as a kid, when I grew up there, I always thought it was weird. I was like, why don't we have, when I would look online and seeing people on the internet going to these places, I'm like, why don't we have those? And it wasn't until when I was in high school when I learned it's because of like the government, and it's because we're poor, and it's because of the environment that we're in, and because of the place that South LA is. That's when I realized, I was like, oh shit. So that's the truth, huh? And still to this day, as I sit here, I know I never say my identity and stuff, but one of the biggest goals I want to do personally is to give back to my community, to where I came from. So I hope one day if I ever become something, I hope that I could have the privilege to go back to my home and to give new generations stuff that I didn't have. And again, reading stuff like this is very important. So I'm sorry I keep going on tangents, but this is very personal to me. That's why I care more about it. Okay? Father was an Air Force engineer who moved the family from Colorado Springs, where Harkins was born, to a village called Haverhill in England, then blah blah in southwest Germany before landing in Clovis. Okay. Blah blah. After winning the NASA Mars settlement. Damn, okay, at 17, damn. The fuck? He's fucking smart. On Sundays, he served alongside his father as a deacon at the family church. His father, the head dragon, taught him how to bring people together, and sent into his commitment to service. So yeah, this guy seems like since a young age he's learned about leadership. You know, coming from a military family, and getting in leadership positions at a young age. I mean, which is good. Like, if you're a kid and you want leadership positions, you should never be forced. Like, you could seek out leadership positions if you want to, but you should never be forced against your will. It's fucked up. Kids, at the end of the day, should have the chance to be a kid. But that's just me saying my own thoughts out loud. A social consciousness, Harkins developed as a youth and nagged at him as a political scientist student at the University of Chicago, and later when he pursued a career in finance. I did that for a few years, but never really felt the soul in it, and never really felt it was a real service to the world, he said. He moved on to consulting for nonprofits, but eventually enrolled in the Economic and Political Development program at the Columbia University School of International and Public Affairs. Harkins was married by 2015. He and his wife dedicated his life to California, decided to move to California, where his parents were originally from, and his mothers had since settled. Their daughter, Shirana, arrived in 2017. He found a place in LA's West Adams neighborhood. Damn, privileged. Just kidding. Nah, just fucking around. Where there wasn't always easy access to fresh food produce. Harkins decided to start a background garden and found himself burdened with more fruits and vegetables than his small family could eat. Growing food is empowering, and it builds your confidence because you produce something that exists only because of your hard work, he said. You can own it fully, and generally, you grow too much of it, you can give it away. Harkins logged into the Nextdoor app with the idea to swap produce with neighbors. Bro, shit like this never happened in my home. Fucking, it's a good thing, like, obviously he's swapping produce with neighbors, but shit like that seems so foreign to me. Bitch, the best thing I had to that was fucking knocking on my neighbor's fucking door and saying, hey, you guys got some salt? You guys got some sugar I can borrow? You guys got some ketchup? You guys got some shit that we can use? I'll give it back. That's the only thing that came remotely to that. Or when my neighbors used to have barbecues and they'd invite us to the barbecue. Fuck. Bro, I miss South LA. I'm not even gonna front, guys. Guys, this is making me remember South LA. I miss it. The neighbors used to have barbecues sometimes when I was a little kid, and they'd invite us over, and I'd be friends with their kids, and they'd have a cookout, and they used to invite us and my family. Fuck, dude, shit was lit. Or on 4th of July, when all of us used to make a barbecue, we'd share with the neighbors, and we'd watch fireworks outside, and the fucking trash cans would catch on fire. Good times. Bro, I am being way too personal right now, and that's dangerous. Okay, I'm gonna stop being so personal. This could bite me in the future. Okay, on the appointed day, 15 people from all backgrounds and walks of life, but mostly from West Adams, showed up to the home ready to exchange artichokes, kale, and onions from their own gardens for Harlem's lemons, herbs, and beans. Damn, he had beans? Fuck. The group continued to expand until 2018, when Harkins started Crop Swap LA, an organization dedicated to growing foods in unused spaces and creating green jobs. Fuck yeah, baby. Harkins mustered his charm and compassion to the space that would become the micro farm. He hit off with Cheer, an educator who worked at with Harkins' wife at an LA charter school. Korea felt for the years that he could be doing something with his front yard. Turning it into a farm seemed like a no-brainer. All he had was his word and his plan. Cruz said of Hargens, I can't lie, I was nervous at the jump, but I wanted to take the risk. Besides, he added, Jemiah was adamant. He continued to follow up with me every day. He followed up with me until one day he said, hey Mike, let's start. From there, Hargens partnered with a group called Enviroscape LA to map out irrigation and landscaping. He assembled a team of dedicated volunteers who helped with the hard work of cultivating the yard, digging trenches for irrigation and tending to the plants. He's an amazing teacher. He's always amazing to be a part of something where you can be working together. But there's also leadership. I feel honored to call him a friend and also a mentor. Bitch, this is too wholesome. I can't be reading this. Gabriel Stout, a 25 musician, he met Hargens at a West Adams farmers market and has since been a trainee at Crop Swap LA. It took a month from the team to break the ground, blah blah. April, who's to grow over 600 plants and fed about 50 families. Jesus. There are already 35 subscribers, most of whom visit the farm on foot or by bicycle to pick up produce. Along serving with them, Gardens and his team met aside 10% of harvest families in the Villa community. Yeah. Gardens and Crop Swap LA continue to grow their project and feed LA 1 yard at a time. Right now, the smallest hurdle is acquiring space, including a headquarters for Crop Swap LA, a property where Hargens and his family can live, a garden, and host others who want to produce the model set by, ultimately he hopes he can build and manage 400 micro farms across the city. God damn. Future farms from South LA, fuck yeah baby, to the west side can be funded, Hargens says. Through a mix of approaches, Hargens intended to raise funds to support planting farms and yards in low-income homeowners. He's also working on developing sliding scale that will allow homeowners to share profits made with the farms based on their level of investment. See, another hard, it's just like, I hope if they do end up actually, like, when they make the farms in South LA, I hope it's affordable and I hope it's easily accessible to the people in South LA that they could actually afford it. Alright? I like to create a change of culture, of economic stability. Harkin said, I want to create an expectation that people will do something better with their space than water grass. Obviously, I support this a lot. I love this idea. And I do believe the citizens of South LA, the people who live there, my home area, they deserve it. Okay? And I know on social media and like in movies and in Hollywood, people have always kind of shit on South LA, and they say that, I know there's a stereotype that South LA is ghetto and that people from South LA are bad, horrible people, when that's not the case. Look, I've lived in South LA for my entire life. There are a lot of challenges there that I feel that the city needs to work on. I do believe the city needs to care more for the people in poverty who live in South LA, because they are not being taken care of, and that pisses me off. And it's personal, so I do care about these people, and I hope that the government and the city and big corporate organizations don't fuck them over more than they have already been fucked, because they don't deserve that. And it's gross saying how so many people shit on South LA when they're not even from there. I love South LA. Yeah, it's kind of weird there, and it is kind of ghetto, but I'm used to that. Like, that's where I'm from. Like, I don't care. And again, if you're not from there, you might have a different fucking approach, but at the same time, like, these are people and they're human beings, and they deserve the basic necessity of having access to fresh food. Alright? Instead of having to travel fucking over 10 miles to a fucking grocery store where they have overpriced fresh food for people. Alright? I'm tired of the people there always having to go to a fucking fast food chain instead of having the opportunity to go to a nice fucking grocery store that has fresh food and make better healthy choices. That's what I hope for, and that should be the bare minimum. And it's crazy how my entire life it's always been like that for years, and it's been like that for decades. I feel like now South LA is slowly getting better over the years. As a kid, South LA was definitely worse than it is now, but I feel like slowly it's getting better. It's a work in progress, but I feel like people need to do better for the low income residents of South LA. Not even in South LA, like even like in East LA too, where I know East LA has a lot of people in poverty there too. And I feel like people just need to pay attention more to it. Again, I'm more invested in this because I'm from there. That's my home and I miss it very much. And sometimes I wish I could just go back home. And it's a different vibe, alright? You could only understand the feeling if you're from South LA. The vibe and the feeling of living in South LA is a feeling you cannot get anywhere else. And that's not me trying to hype it up or anything, but that's just, you know, I love it there. That's my home. But I'm talking too much about this, so we're going to move on. But this is a good thing this guy's doing. Alright, Jemiah, I wish you well. And maybe I'll look back into this. But I feel like this deserves more attention. But we're going to move on away from this. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Fuck yeah, dude. Ah! Fuck, I missed it. Oh well. We're gonna move on to the part of the stream where we redo the news, because all of the news that I just read you were news stories that I prepped last night. And now we're gonna look into the news stories that are happening today. Fuck, it's getting hot. I could feel it. I could feel it right now. The weather's getting hot. We're gonna move on. It's Trader Joe. Fuck, I was just talking about Trader Joe's. Alright, whatever. I'll be right back. I need to fucking use the restroom. So look at this nice Google screen. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Let's dive more into the news. We unfortunately are not done yet. So now's the part of the stream where I look at the news that's happening right now. Okay, Walmart, Trader Joe's, Costco say vaccinated customers don't have to wear a mask indoors. See, what the fuck did I say? Guys, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask inside these stores. I don't need to read that to fucking understand that. I'm not gonna talk about the Israel conflict right now. I don't want to. I've already talked about it a lot already. Blah blah. Yeah, we just saw that. Okay, we covered this twice. Let's see what this is. So yeah, Walmart, bro. Let me see the memes. Are there any memes My Walmart grocery bag can't even handle 2 apples and a box of cereal, let alone a gallon of gasoline. What the fuck are you talking about, sir? What the hell? Mask not required at Walmart. Okay, okay. I thought there was gonna be memes, but there's not. It's just people talking about it. Are there any memes about Trader Joe's? Again, never been to a Trader Joe's before. A Whole Foods! That's what I was talking about! I never seen a Whole Foods either. Every time I see stores like that in the wild, I'm like, oh my god. I thought this was only stuff I saw on Instagram models' stories. I didn't know these places existed. Yeah. We are excited to announce our Come Coffin Steez on Our Employees program. Oh no. Bro, I am not gonna listen to people bitch. No Trump. What are people saying? Do you really think the media wouldn't blame President Trump if there are lines of gas during his stream? What the fuck are you talking about, Jim Jordan? What are you talking about, sir? Jim, there are 2 lines. Okay, what is happening, dude? The Trump insurrection. Okay, bro, it's boring. I hate going to fucking Twitter trending things and seeing, like, what is it about? What's happening? Okay, Missouri Supreme Court has also struck down a medical... What? What is this? I didn't even read that fully, but I saw weed. For those outside of Missouri, you may not be seeing the responses to voters' social media. People are angry. A lot of people went through getting the ballot box. What happened? Chaucer's voter back. Oh! Bro, legalize weed already? What the fuck is wrong with you? If you don't fucking legalize weed already... Oh, a lot of work went into getting it into the ballot box in the first place. And remember, 70% of voters. Oh, I find it extremely telling that the Mississippi Supreme Court decided that the signature initiative process needs reform, and thus medical marijuana law voters voted for this is invalid. But voter ID law passed the same way wasn't even worth mentioning in their decision. Damn, just overrode the will of the people. Democracy is slowly dying in many Republican-run states. Fuck, brother, what the hell? I'm not surprised, but like, fuck, that sucks. 28 minutes ago, bro, this is fresh. Ugh. Mississippi will remain the minority of states without the medical marijuana program. Oh, after the Supreme Court Friday. Who the fuck are these old ass people in the Supreme Court? Mississippi, what are y'all doing, baby? Why do you have these dinosaurs here? Why do you have these old ass people here who are obviously gonna be against weed? Bro, old people do not need to be in politics. I'm sorry, but then I think of Bernie Sanders and he's great. Alright. Oh my god, is decision limited is a decision that also limits other citizen-led efforts to put issue on the statewide ballot. Damn. That fucking sucks. Well, 6 judges and justices ruled that medical marijuana initiative is a void because the state's initiative process is outdated. Okay, it requires petitioners trying to get... Okay, blah, 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 blah. That sucks, bro. I don't know what else to say. That just sucks. I feel bad. More than 73% of Mississippi voters in November had approved Initiative 65, which required the state's health department to establish a medical marijuana program by the middle of this year. The department has been working to create a program as the legal fight continued. Bro, what did I tell you, bro? Republican officials do not care about you. Republican voters out there, these officials do not care about you, bitch. They're not even letting you have weed for medical uses. Holy shit, that sucks. Bro, again, if you're a Republican, I don't know what's wrong with you. You're something else. That's something else, bro. I don't know what to say. That sucks. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that sucks. Why are people still talking about AOC? Oh yeah, we already saw this. People react to the cartoon made by Ben Carson Disney World, but what? What dumbass fucking made this? No chance of words at all. What dumbass made this? I bought tickets to Disneyland, and if there isn't a Black Lives Matter, blah blah blah. What is this? Bro, you know what? I don't care about this. I'm not gonna waste my time looking at a dumbass fucking cartoon some dumbass fucking drew. I don't care about that, dude. It's not a waste of my time. Band Bongino. What? The band? Who is this? I don't know who that is, bro. I don't care about him. Okay, people still. Okay, cool. Oh, that's it. Okay, bro. Because I'm not considering our kissing behavior, blah 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 blah. What? Again, I'm skimming through this. I'm just trying to find another story. That's the purpose of this. The purpose of Twitter browse and news browse is to find more stories to talk about. And most of them I don't really care to look at. Okay, it's just... Okay, bro. Okay, I don't care about that. Facebook is engaging in both Israel and Palestine. Okay, bro, I don't care about Facebook right now. Water crisis deepens, California, Oregon line. What is this? Okay, bro, I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to look into this. White House, DSCA, jobs, okay. Wait, what? What is this? I don't understand. Sometimes it takes a while for my brain to process shit. Amid growing Biden on Friday met privately with 6 brought to the U.S. legally as children and repealed a long-stalled that would require immigrants to prove they had health insurance. Why was that a thing? Okay, the Brett actually gonna push for immigration reform. But what is it? Okay, who working? Okay. Okay. I don't know much about this, so I'll move on. I'm too lazy to look into that right now. Okay, what is this? Okay, I don't know what's happening, so I'm not gonna look at that. The fuck is this, dude? Some out-of-pocket shit. Okay, I don't care about that. I think I'm done with that for now. Let me see if I have anything saved to look at, to watch, news related. Very serious question about the origin of COVID. Oh my god, rude. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. It's God worth saving. Bro, what the fuck is going on, dude? Should I look at this? I'll keep it open as a maybe. I'm not saying I'm gonna watch this, but it's a maybe. Okay, let me take this out. Her crazy ass. Let me just... Okay, no. Bro, I'm too exhausted.
Needless to say, this is not your dad's Republican Party. I think that we look at right now the likes of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz and Louis Gohmert, many others in Congress who are...
Okay, I guess I subconsciously already started watching this, so let's watch it. Might as well, right? Okay, if it seems like I'm tired, it's because I am, bitch. I've been recording. I've been streaming for like 4 hours already. I'm tired. Usually I clock out at 2 or 3 hours, but let's just push it for a little bit.
Embracing Trump's big lie.
Okay, this is Gothward saving Liz Cheney response. Okay, this is posted today, literally minutes ago.
None of them condemned by party leaders. In fact, the only person that I can tell that's faced any repercussions when it comes to the big lie
By the way, Liz Cheney isn't the fucking saint here, right? She's awful.
And the insurrection are not, Mo Brooks, who helped incite the crowd, or Gohmert, or any of the others. It's you for refusing to lie about it. What does that say? And if the House Republican Party now stands for lying, is it worth saving?
We have to save the party. I think the country needs a Republican Party, and certainly,
How and why? How and why does the fucking American people deserve or need a Republican Party? Apparently, to me, all I see them doing is making it harder for people to vote, fucking not allowing marijuana medical uses for fucking people who are suffering and need marijuana as a medical usage. I see them fucking just completely overruling the people's decisions and votes for their own gain. I see them making Medicaid harder to get access to. Tell me again why people need Republicans and the Republican Party when all they're doing is making people's lives harder.
Ideals and the principles that I believe in should be reflected in that party. I think that part of the challenge we're facing on both sides, I think it's been especially clear on my side recently, is that, we need to incentivize people who want to come to Washington and do real work, people who want to come and actually legislate. And we also need to get back to a time when we could have really vigorous policy debates where we were confident enough in our views and our side of things that we could stand up and argue for them and make the case, but that we didn't have the kind of vitriol flying back and forth that we certainly have over the course of the last several years. And people ought to want to be there and work hard and not be social media stars. That's not the right reason to be there. The vast majority of members are there for the right reasons, but we've got to find a way in our society to incentivize.
And who exactly are the majority of Republicans there? Tell me who you're talking about. Name them.
More substance, more seriousness. The issues we have to grapple with as a nation are really important, and they're very consequential, and we need people who are up to that task and committed to doing the hard work of coming up with the right solutions for the country.
But
Republicans are hardworking. Yeah, they're hardworking at making people's lives fucking hard and dog shit.
View of the Republican Party is a minority view among House Republicans right now. I mean, I know you want to fight for it, but can you win this fight? I mean, it's gonna be super tough.
Well,
no.
It's right, and we have to win it. And I think there are several things going on. I think that as you
Again, if you don't know what's going on, I'm saying this so fucking late. But if you don't know what's going on, basically Liz Cheney's like, Republicans need to admit that the election wasn't stolen and fuck Donald Trump. That's basically what she's saying.
You pointed out before, people have been lied to. I think that it's really important for all of us to get to the bottom of what happened in 2020, what happened on January 6th, and to go forward.
What do you mean get to the bottom of it? We already know what happened.
Bird's truth. I also think that you have more members who believe in substance and policy and ideals than are willing to say so. And in some cases, I mean, if you look at the vote to impeach, for example, there were members who told me that they were afraid for their own security, afraid, in some instances for their lives. And that tells you something about where we are as a country.
That's
if
terrifying.
members of Congress aren't able to cast votes or feel that they can't because of their own security.
The House Republican Conference voted for Elise Stefanik to replace you in party leadership. You weren't there. You were talking to Wyoming reporters, I'm told. Would you have voted for her, or would you have voted for Congressman Chip Roy of Texas, who, like you, is far more conservative than Elise Stefanik, and also, like you, refuses to push the big lie about the election?
Yeah, I would have voted for Chip. I think it's...
Bro, I'm going to be 100% honest with you. I'm so bored. I just realized I don't care about this. My attention span, gone. I want to read the comments though. What the fuck are people saying about this? This is a chewed okay, just people simping for Liz Cheney. Got it. I don't care about her. Alright, I'm not gonna watch that. And I'm too tired to watch anything else or to even look more into politics. I looked into politics for way too long today. So I think I'm going to end it there, guys. I'm going to end it. Thank you guys so much for watching my dumbass talk about politics. Even if you don't agree with it, I appreciate you for even watching me at all. And if you don't like me, good for you. I think I'm streaming and I'm getting to a point now where I'm getting the attention of conservative Republicans who don't like me, and I love that. Thank you for not liking me, because keep it coming, because you're showing up and you're watching me, so thank you for that. You're letting me know that people are hearing what I'm saying. So thank you for watching me, to everyone, even if you're a Republican, I don't give a fuck. So yeah, I'm gonna stream again tomorrow, where we do Scaries Saturdays. So on Saturdays we play horror games, we read scary stories, and we watch scary videos. It is all themed around horror. So also, if you don't like me, you could watch me get scared. Maybe that'll help you. But other than that, again, I'm gonna stream tomorrow, and of course I'm gonna go back to streaming politics on Monday. On Monday is where we're gonna stream politics again. But for now, I'm done for now. I hope you guys have a good weekend. Again, happy Friday. Have a good Saturday and Sunday. Get your days off. And thank you guys so much for watching. This video should be uploaded to YouTube by tonight. If it's not, then it will be most likely be uploaded tomorrow night to my YouTube channel. Again, thank you guys for tuning in and watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.